So let's go ahead and get started. Whenever you're ready, Lex, I'm ready. All right. I will trust in the random number generation properties herein of... Nah, I don't think it's going to work. All right. Will it give me a number that is not 170? Yes! All right, so 220. Today's factspiration question is... Oh, I wanted to ask, would there be any interest as players or DMs in a huge table of motherfucker dead? Like, essentially you like roll the table and it gives you some like visceral description of like how they died. Like, is that something that would be useful, or is that unnecessarily like gory? You know, like you break copyright infringement, you say, how do you want to do this or whatever, and sometimes the players are like, and I mean, God bless their heart, because they don't think about murdering people on the regular, so they just don't have any creative ideas on how to murder people, and that's maybe a good thing. But if you had like a table, right, just to kind of add a little bit of spice, like I feel like that could be kind of cool. But I don't know.
I
don't
like
know.
the idea, but I feel like you need multiple subtables for like one's for magic, one's for hand-on-hand, one's for ranged attacks, because they don't all fit the
Oh,
exactly.
for sure. Yeah, you do like a damage type. It'd be a
Yeah.
damage type.
Yeah.
So each
Slashing,
table.
bludgeoning, piercing.
But yeah, totally. I can see how people would need
Listen,
that.
guys, it ain't like we're gonna have to work hard to do it. I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT to give me a 100 item list for death by fire, 100 item list for death by acid. That's it.
Ah.
Well,
I'm just
when you put
wondering.
it that way.
Yeah, I'm just asking, is it worth the time to go ahead and do that? You know, because I
mean,
would have.
if you're gonna do it that way, then yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Well,
I thought it'd be kind
I
of
think
fun.
then it becomes should we, because now we're teaching the AI to think
It's
creatively.
pretty niche.
Like
In my
say,
experience, it's like,
Yeah.
Sorry.
This morning it showed me it knows how to wage war, so I think the ship's already sailed.
Yeah.
I think it's like
Wow.
a niche solution, but for those who could use it, it'd be really useful.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Something to keep in mind. All right. And I am sad because I didn't know about Dragon's Dogma story in Lizard Folk until recently, or I totally would have made the Lizard Folk in this campaign Saurian Lizard Folk, because that made for a real fun 5e stat block when I converted it over yesterday. I was very excited. All right. So the question 220: is there anyone you're jealous of? If so, why? So that is the question. Is there anyone you're jealous of? If so, why? And while you ruminate on that, if somebody would like to toss a d20 and to declare their intent to recap, it would be greatly appreciated.
I also see we got a fanspiration. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thanks, Marcus.
Nice.
Already at it.
All right, Barnabas with 17. Give us a recap.
All right. Last time on the Red Hand of Doom remix, we opened to the group emerging from our journeys in the Underdark with our new Flump allies. We took a rest, and when morning came, we were escorted to the throne room by Hayden Brightcoin, where we stood before the Puppet King and the populace of the Dwarven Nation. And there, hold on a second, I stood and addressed the dwarves and spoke to their reason and sense of self-preservation. And while my speech was well received, the Puppet King was unmoved and began to discredit us before his audience. At this moment, Aragorn cast Dimension Door and brought Rajiar to stand before the throne. Once there, Rajiar used magical techniques taught to him by the Flumps to expel the intellect devourer that had been controlling him. Aragorn was able to quickly do the same to Helga the Axe, and it was at this point the golems near the thrones activated and began to move towards our allies. But fortunately, the new King Osric emerged on the back of a griffin and, claiming his birthright, demanded that the golems cease, and then the combat quickly came to an end. We went right into a skill-based chase scene where we tried to capture Tyrander Soulstone, who was revealed later to be a vampire. Unclear on what role he played, but he did have magic that seemed similar to the blood priests of the Red Hand. When we returned to the throne room, we witnessed Osric's grief over the loss of his father and his love and the sadness of the Dwarven people. Aragorn was able to help him return to his senses and remind him of his new station and duties. Osric, with the fires of revenge burning in his heart, addressed his people and made it known that the full force of the dwarven people would join our war. In the wake of this glorious moment, I presented him with a token of my thanks and gave him the Great Hammer Grudge Breaker. And then he offered us supplies from the Dwarven Treasury to bolster us before we departed. We were presented with 8 griffins to make the journey to Brindol and chose our team to take with us. We left the session parting with Umegs, who will be representing us amongst the dwarves. And then we completed a skill challenge to fly to Brindol, and that's where it left us.
All right. Well done. Do you want DM inspiration or you want a fact inspiration?
DM inspiration.
All right. Works for me. Coy. So does anybody want to answer the fact inspiration question? If so, go ahead and roll a d20 to declare your intent. If no one is interested in answering the question, that is fine too.
Same
Right.
number twice.
Okay, we got a 9 from Orion, going once, going twice. All right, so this is Orion. Do you answer as Orion, or do you answer as Ray? Because this might be the last time you answer as Ray.
I'll do it as Ray. I think it's. Oh, I guess we have to say specifically someone. I would probably say that Ray is secretly jealous of Raijin.
Oh, okay.
Only because he has gone out to see more of the wider world than she has. And that is something that she is very much trying her best to rectify, to experience much outside of just the forest of her community. And seeing this rotund lizard folk having experienced quite a bit of it, a little bit secretly jealous. I think that's probably the only thing that she's jealous about, right?
Okay, fair enough. All right,
that's just my thoughts.
That's a good answer. You may ask the same question of any NPC that you've met previously during this adventure.
I'm thinking of actually the new king of the dwarves, Osric.
Oh man. Who is he jealous of? I think in a way, if he's going off of recent events, he would be jealous of you guys, because you are out there, making a difference, being big damn heroes, but you are not bound by like politics, tradition, hereditary responsibilities, things like that. You're able to go out there and be the change that you want to see in the world, make the changes that you want to be made in the world, and no one can, well, in his mind, in his sort of your glass is half full kind of way, no one tells you what to do. You know what I'm saying? But as a king, he is beholden to his people. And at the end of the day, he needs to make sure that every decision he makes takes them into account. And so that adds some complexity, right, to everything that this man tries to do. So yeah, there's definitely a bit of, to be an adventurer, right? To be a murder hobo, as they say, and just be out there in the world, making your own choices, your own way, and not worrying about the consequences, as it were. And again, this could be a very romanticized picture of your guys' life that he is kind of painting for himself. But people often do that when they are jealous of someone else. And I certainly wouldn't think that it is a bad sort of jealous, not like a covetous jealous. Like he's not gonna like try to, Prince and the Pauper, like find a replacement king so that he can go off and do this stuff. But It'd be kind of cool.
His idea certainly doesn't take into consideration that we've died at least 10 times amongst us.
Again, yes, when you are jealous of people, you don't think about stuff like that, right? When you think about celebrities, you don't think about the fact that there's a line of people offering them drugs all the time, and they have less consequences for their actions, so they're often put in morally muddy situations where a normal person would know exactly what to do, but they start to like kind of blur the lines between what is right, what is wrong, what am I capable of, what am I not capable of. We just like to think like, oh, they got it real good. And so yeah, maybe in this moment with you guys, that is what he is thinking.
You know, it also kind of sounds, and it may not be actually, but like he was kind of jealous of his dad's early life, where he was kind of the adventurous
Oh,
type.
where he did the Prince and the Pauper thing, right? Where where like he hid his true origins and like went out and
experienced
fought
a little bit.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like he got a chance to do that, which he's a little bit, I guess, envious about.
Well, he got a chance now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna see how all that pans out.
During a war of all things.
Yeah. All right. Good. That was a good one to ask. Okay. So, with all of that sorted, we find ourselves at the gates of Brindol. I have to cover a couple of things, and then we also have the transition of Ray back to the B team and the arrival of the boy, the man, the mouse, the legend, who is returning to us. So yeah, we got to cover all that. Is there a particular way that you would want to handle that, or do you kind of trust me to say, and then Orion shows up?
I trust you, says the man who rolls horrible dice against me. The one thing I think I did want to bring up, and it's now kind of reminds me, we had gotten a message from Jarrett a while back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Orion has been made aware that Jarrett is in the city or not, since he's been here probably a little bit longer.
Right.
That was just the only other thing.
Okay. I don't know if she would have made herself known.
Okay.
At this point, but we'll see how all that plays out when we hop into it.
I had one thing to ask about the Dwarven Hold, and I don't think we would have had time to do anything with this, but just out of curiosity, from many sessions ago, there was something mentioned about a star forge that existed in Valhinderland, the greatest forge in all the land, something like that.
Yeah. They have such a thing.
What is it? Just that's it, really.
Okay, so the Star Forge essentially allows the crafting of ancestral weapons, which is to say, customized magical weapons. Now, if that is something that you guys would have been interested in, I felt like everybody was kind of in a hurry to head to Brindol.
That's what it meant. Like, we didn't really have time to do anything with it, probably.
Yeah.
More out of professional curiosity.
Yeah, if you are curious, it essentially is an option to allow ancestral weapons, which is a homebrew supplement on DM's Guild, and basically it allows you to sort of make your I don't want to say dream, but it allows you to kind of customize the magical item to be more like in line with what your character needs. I don't think that that's too necessary because you guys have a Valda's Craftsman system in place, and you're honestly making things way cooler and faster than the Starforge could have. But I mentioned it because they do have the capacity to do that. All right, cool. And let's see. All right. And I apologize, Lex. I didn't have a ton of time to work on the thing that we're going to do, which is to say, I forgot. And then at the beginning of the prep session, I said, we got to make sure that we do this. And I did do it, but I didn't do it as much as, I wanted to explore more. But that's what I came up with.
Okay, that works. That perfectly works.
Okay.
I am going to suggest one quick thing, but go ahead, keep going.
Okay, sure. So, let me change out the music, and let's see. We'll go grab some good city music. Now, before we do, on the journey there, Ray, the night that you rested on the road, you guys found a safe location for your griffins. You landed, you set up a camp or whatever. Ray had a very bad dream that night. In that dream, you were in basically like a laboratory of sorts. It was a sort of dungeon environment. There were all sorts of alchemical reagents laid out here and there. There were the pieces, the parts of creatures hanging from hooks and arranged on shelves, and a very familiar voice was humming a little song to themselves as they worked on something on a work table. With your various skills and training as somebody with medicine training and nature and all that, you think that they were operating on something or someone, and everything in the dream felt very disconnected, very otherworldly. But in the dream, you found yourself creeping closer to the individual working at the table. And as you approached, the light that was shining down on the work table illuminated the humming figure. And you saw that it was an insectile humanoid with a great many arms, all extra jointed and all ending in long spindle-fingered hands that were expertly and deftly reaching for tools and grabbing things. The creature, to the best of your insight, was Regierix. And as you sort of approached and looked over at the table, you saw the remains of your friend and ally laid out on the table. It is Thanlin of Drellin's Ferry. And as you sort of look down at his remains as she cuts and sews and rearranges, you spot with your incredible perception movement, and you realize that his eye has moved and is staring at you. And that's when you wake up. And so I figure something like that, maybe you sat on it during the day, but now that you're kind of approaching Brindol, if you want to share this information with the rest of the group, you can. Otherwise, you can, keep it to yourself.
This would have been, because it was 2 days of flying to get there, right? So this would have been the first night after. Okay, this would have been the first night of travel, and then this next day going there. Okay, yeah, I think that morning she would have gathered the party to inform them of what she had envisioned.
I see. Okay. So the morning before you reach Brindol, as everyone is preparing to take flight again, Ray would share this dream vision with the rest of the party.
I don't know the specifics of what Regierix was doing, what Lady Regierix was doing to friend Thanlin's body. But if it's anything like the experimentations that we witnessed in the Black Fens, it is something unworldly.
Sure, it looks like he's going to be sick.
I'm personally just glad we didn't give her a living subject to work with, because it would have been infinitely worse.
I feel I don't. Mm, This is very
You
strange.
wanted to sit across the table from her and have a conversation.
Yes, if we played that more tactfully, we could have probably killed her before she got there.
Possibly. There's also the matter that she has your sister in custody. And if that information could be traded to release your family member, I don't see why that was not on the table. But yes, she is, from what I can gather, deranged. Intelligence, bright, almost genius level, but very much deranged.
He's a mad scientist.
No, that's too good.
Well.
She is a monster.
Fortunately for our purposes, she is also a fae, and this makes her somewhat predictable. We could still utilize these tattoos that we have to exploit her for information, and there are still many things that we need to know. We have the army to defend Brindol, but we still don't know how they're going to bring the Sanguine King into this world, and if without that information, we have no chance of winning.
Well, do you have a way to contact her?
Layla, do your messengers have the ability to reach her?
If it's the spell that you're thinking of, she would have to be within a certain radius.
We could, when we reach Brindle, we could contact Emerstall the Red, who used magics to contact us from afar.
That is possible. I just wanted to inform you of this because friend Thanlin, well, was a friend and ally to us. If seeing him or whatever form that he takes on this battlefield, there may not be a place for emotions.
Then is gone. Whatever she has made is not him.
But perhaps there's a chance that if we destroy whatever she's created, we can take some piece of him and recreate once was. Might not be too late to save him.
There's a possibility. Reincarnation just needs a piece of an individual. However, that piece has to be a very specific, how's the best way to put it? Creature type. If
Do not forget to take into account his will. When I died, I had the chance to simply say no. He may as well.
that too.
That's not the Thanlin I know.
Who knows? It may have changed him and his opinion. What's happened to him? We can attempt to do so, but I will destroy this creature, and I ask for your help as well. As you say, there can be no emotion about it.
Well, you have my magic. So, if killing is what you need, then I'm all for it.
He is a blade on this land. She will not be allowed to harm or distort anyone else. But first, we need to extract the necessary information. Sure, you are her weakness. And if you bring these tattoos to her, she may let her guard down and give you what we're looking for.
I want you to know that I will not lie. My attempts to deceive have never worked before, and my top priority is finding out where my sister is. If she only gives me one piece of information in return for the tattoos, that is what I would ask for.
I understand why this is important to you, but I would ask you to recognize that if we do not find out how they plan to bring the Sanguine King into this world, it will not matter if you know where your sister is, for all things will end around us.
You seem so certain. We've killed plenty of monsters that have ambushed us before.
This the Sanguine King is a different matter, a primordial entity that is almost as old as time itself.
Then if it's summoned, it doesn't matter.
You know, now that I think about it, we really don't know how they intend to bring this primordial back into the world, do we?
No.
Nope.
I mean, we've been told that they want to, but
We all look at Radriar, who is the only person who have seen the Sanguine King.
Yeah. Rajiar would kind of say that my people were taken off guard by the presence of this primordial abomination. What at first we thought was just an invading army proved to be so much more. Unfortunately, when all was said and done, we never knew for sure what was the cause, what summoned him, what brought him to this prime material world.
Did he seem to apparate in the midst of the battle, or did he come from afar?
He seemed to rise up from the earth.
oh, what do we know that the Red Hand have done so far since coming upon Elsir Vale?
They've corrupted life in every settlement that they've touched. They have brought priests with them that possess magic over the force of blood and life.
The one common theme with the Red Hand is blood. And some of their magic casters seem to be able to manipulate and control blood. We've seen those blood elementals that are able to be formed. We don't know about Soulstone, but I mean, he projected blood from himself and turned it into creatures to assault us.
Have they done anything with the blood?
Other than make blood elementals, it's, seems to be about it. But I bet they could make one hell of a blood entity if with the deaths of thousands in a siege battle.
Oh, see.
There's
Were we ever told if he was destroyed or sealed away?
They destroyed him, based on Rajar's account, but at great personal cost. And then so terrible were the losses that Rajar underwent a ritual that would never allow his soul to pass on. So the Topaz Dragonborn sort of live in a pseudo undead state, because they're real horny for necromancy. And it's considered like a mark of station to take upon yourself the duties of continuing to serve the community as an undead when you have sort of reached your apex of age and power. To become an undead too soon is kind of a social misstep, essentially. But even then, there is still eventually the promise that you will be able to kind of set down your burden and kind of pass on. He, as a warrior in this battle, performed admirably, was seen as sort of a hero of his people, and so he took that responsibility upon himself to essentially transition into a undead creature that was almost geist or geist or whatever to rise again should this enemy return. But he did not want to live without his people, so he sort of had himself put into a stasis, because so much, again, of their people and their civilization was just lost in this battle. Yeah. But the creature was destroyed. The thing about powerful beings is they are ideas manifested. And so there is no way, some would argue, to kill truly ancient primordial beings, truly divine beings, because they are a part of the multiverse. They are part of reality. And so to destroy such a being is simply to disrupt its existence for a time. Inevitably, and some of these creatures are called inevitables, they will return. They have to return. They have to exist. And those who are devout to these beings will often undergo tremendous efforts to speed the return of these creatures, whereas creatures opposed to them will do what they can to delay the return. And now you guys are kind of seeing those tropes, right, in every fantasy thing you've ever had, of like, the evil will return, but our order stands ready, and blah 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 blah. Or like, we sacrifice someone to the volcano every year to make sure that evil god in the volcano doesn't wake up, and so on and so forth. So it's never, unfortunately, about permanently defeating these otherworldly beings. It is about controlling their access to you and your world. I know that's kind of bleak. It's very like Cthulhu, but it is part of like the D&D cosmology. Like, Tiamat's been killed many times, but Tiamat's still here. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, bitch, don't give up. You know what I'm saying?
I think
Yeah.
I think like the lore behind deities is like they don't truly die unless they're like all of their believers stop
Unless
believing
they,
in them.
unless they
And if
lose,
there's
unless
yeah.
everyone loses belief in them. And if you travel, and I mean, I'm not trying to give you all these previews of Path of Planescape or whatever, but if you travel the astral plane, you will see that the floating islands and the floating continents in the astral plane are actually the remains of gods who have died. Because when a god truly dies, its corpse is unceremoniously just sort of tossed into the astral, where it just withers and dies over endless, eternities. So, Guardians of the Galaxy, the one place that's built inside an ancient Titan skull
Nowhere,
or
I believe
whatever.
it's called.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where the collector lives and all that kind of shit. That is a perfect example. Guardians of the Galaxy, by the way, is a amazing Dungeons and Dragons movie. That whole series, all of them are amazing Dungeons and Dragons movies.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's the astral plane, right? And then that is a god part that people live on, and that's what happens in the cosmology of D&D, even 5th edition D&D. So,
So based
yeah.
off of knowing that,
Mhm.
would we be able to assume this is technically sort of what the Red Hand will be doing?
Oh yeah, they are
Yes,
for
we have.
sure speeding the return of this being. Because, I mean, for all you know, Rajar's people took this guy out so hard that he might be gone for 1,000 years. He might be gone for 10,000 years. The Red Hand is very much a military cult of zealots, and they are, whatever they're doing, by now, you guys are confident that it involves the return of this being.
If there's not a
So
sound effect for this dude of after 10,000 years, I finally returned, I'll be slightly disappointed.
that's another
Same.
great example. The multiverse must always have Rita Repulsa. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Yeah. And sometimes she's an adorable Asian lady, and sometimes she's a smoking hot blonde American, or whatever nationality that actress was. But yeah, like, they always come back. They always come back. As mortals, you can't worry about the biggest picture, right? You have to worry about the
Just what's in
big.
front of you.
Yeah, you have to worry
Yeah.
about the big picture that is your world, your time, your people. Um, Literally, like Cthulhu, like, got Eldritch Horror. The problem with those people is they start to think too big. They start to think about endless eternity. They start to think about multiple timelines, multiple worlds, the significance and insignificance of everything. You don't want to go down that route when you're dealing with these cosmic beings. You want to just focus on They're here, they're here, and I don't want them here. Like that's what you need to focus on.
Yeah, like we deal with the current version that is trying to come into this world, and our descendants will have to worry about it when it comes back around again.
Right. To really simplify it, you wouldn't want. You want to go and you want to mow the grass. You don't want to think about the fact that the grass will continue to grow forever.
Yeah.
And then start digging out the dirt. So they won't
Yeah,
grow back.
exactly. Where do you stop, right? Where do you stop? Like, what? How does robot keep humans safe? Kill all humans. Now nothing can hurt them, right? You don't want to go down those crazy routes, right? So you just, when you start thinking about the cosmology of D&D and the bigness of it all, that's where you could really start to feel demoralized. So please don't. Is my advice.
Oh no, trust me, I won't.
Yeah, just focus on saving this day in this world. All right, so you guys ready for Brindle?
Hell
Or
yeah.
do you have
Yep.
some more campfire discussions that you want out of the eyes and ears of the people of Brindle? Because who knows, once you reach the city, who will be listening and who will be watching?
I would like to get around recap as to the Bloodlords the group has dealt with. Just a little touch mark, you know, because we've dealt with Uwai,
Yep.
and
We beat up Sarvith. He got away. He said he was going north, but you know, goblin. And then we scared one off at Varath Keep, but very much only just scared him away.
so we still have two more left.
There's a bunch of them.
Besides,
Hold on, give me a second.
Well,
So we
still-
have Bloodlord Koth. He was at Bath Keep. He got away, so he's still in play. Bloodlord Regirix, she's still in play. We know about her. Bloodlord Sarvith, we captured him, but he escaped our grasp, so he's MIA.
There's Haravik Khan, their leader, who's
Yes.
up at the old road inn, but we haven't met him yet.
He is the general of the Red Hand Army.
And then we have all the ones in the southeast that were, I'm not sure if they're Bloodlords or just like Koopa kids, but the Skull Jester.
oh my god.
I don't know if even Koopa Kids kind of works, but it's even funnier. I think they're just entities that have allied with them. We don't know the specifics because we never got around to them.
Right. Keep in mind that this region used to be ancient Fey Forest, and you can see now there's a lot of plains and farmlands, and that there is a thin spot here between realms, right? So to your left you got the Feywild, to your right you got the Shadowfell. And so this particular region, that area has always been very thin. So it's very easy for the magic of both those realms to sort of impact and affect the prime material world. The Reston Empire and the dwarves, they kind of like kicked in the teeth, they kicked in the shit of the Fey creatures that lived here long ago. And Fey, many of them live forever. And so a lot of these creatures, maybe like the Death Jester or, you know, and things like that, are they might just be like, hey, you know what, or the Skull Jester, the Drinker of Tears and all that, they might just be like, oh, has it been that long? Are you guys, are we messing with these people who screwed up our homeland? Okay. Yeah, so it could, a lot of it could just be that.
Yeah, the fact that they're not specifically named, but seems to be like more nicknames or epitaphs or something like that. It sounds like these are just like It Follows. That was part of Jay's story, Jert's story. It seems like these are just probably creatures that are just from those realms that are just been like, you know, either pressed into service or just allowed to run loose.
Right, opportunistic feeders.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So then we also have Bloodlord Harvick, who's a general of the Red Hand Army, and then, I mean, two creatures that are allied with them. Not sure if they're specifically Bloodlords or not. One was Ozyrandian, and the other is Abithriax. And then it seems at the very top of this army is High Priest of Blood, Zarkul, who we have not really had any information on other than just his name.
And the unknown and as of yet unencountered and unseen and unnamed
undead Illithid.
Right.
I think they just called him the, what was it, mind drinker? Maybe I'm thinking that wrong. It was something with mind.
Yeah. Oh boy, I should maybe get to work on those tattoos.
All right. Are they going to
So
be
much to do.
Starship Trooper tattoos? Say die squids die, and then like, that'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. Now they have to follow the pattern that you meticulously, gathered the information on. But you could maybe sneak like a die squids die on there. All right. Are you guys ready for Brindle now?
The only thing I would say is I would have put time into the tattoo on the night in between. And would you like a check for that? Is that an intelligence check or something?
Yeah. This is to figure out like how it works and what you need to do.
Yes.
Essentially. Okay. Now that you finally have a chance to sit down and look at these things, and you have these dwarves traveling with you, I would say that it was just an issue of having the time and the attention and the energy to do it. So yes, you are keenly aware of what needs to be done. The reagents for it they may prove difficult to find. You might be able to shortcut some of those ingredients with flump parts.
Oh.
But
we only have one of those.
yeah, and I don't know if they want to give you all their parts. Essentially, your
Wait.
best bet is probably run this stuff past Immerstal the Red when you meet him.
Okay.
Because he and his wife create and sell magical items, so they might have NPC abilities, or I guess feats or whatever that give them a bit more insight into the creation of stuff like that. Okay.
And then the last piece is I imagine I left Donnie Salami back at the Hammerfast Holds.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I'm just gonna remove my expertise.
All right.
Is not Tony still with me?
I mean, not Tony was not willing to join a B team, but I mean, he definitely would be convinced of a life of adventure if you wanted to bring him with you. But he would be a liability on the battlefield. Because flumps can do a lot, but they're a little squishy.
Never mind that.
I think the only one that came with us was Lil Tony. He was willing to be a B team member.
If you bring more than one, I am gonna start parting them out.
Oh no. All right, sounds good. So let me get you situated in Brindle.
Oh, and I know you said it would take us 2 days to get there, but last session, didn't we have a weather encounter that sped up the process?
Yeah, that's why it took 2 days.
Oh, it took a little less than 2 days, and it also counteracted any other difficult things that would have transpired. Because again, the skies are not safe right now. There's dragons, there's wyvern patrols, everything else like that. So that was all worked into the challenge. We already rolled for your boon. The clock has already been set ahead, so the
Okay.
Yeah. You guys arriving at 4:23 in the afternoon to the city of Brindle. All right. There's going to be a lot of chatting and role playing in this session, I'm assuming. Orpheus has made a script called Show Actor, which should be in your little folder, your macro directory to the left of your World of Warcraft hotbar. I'm curious if, as players, you are able to utilize the magic of this. But essentially, if you drag it down to your hotbar, you can now Shift Z yourself.
Oh, look at that.
So it might be useful, since we don't have web cameras or anything, to kind of throw that up as you're saying something important, so that people realize, oh shit, this person is talking. Like, it's a visual cue that you are talking.
So
you don't have to do that every single time you talk, but if you're getting ready to say some big dick dialogue, you might want to throw it out there.
So this is in the macros folder?
It's called Show Actor. There's a very beautiful tiefling representing the macro.
That person. Okay.
Yep. All right, sweet. So, a Brindle. Oh, I have some art of Brindle. Thanks to Orf's macros, we can once again show these things. So here we go.
Okay, so that's working. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So, the city of Brindol, its beautiful red roofs and mostly white stone buildings are built on a stepped hill with the more important and more imposing structures at the top of the hill, well defended against infantry and cavalry alike. There's some big, like, I don't want to say San Francisco vibes, but there are like a lot of hills and ramps and sort of tiered gates that have to be navigated to make your way up and down through the city. Let me give you, let's see, Brindle City map. All right, are you guys able to see?
Loading.
Yep, loading.
Says I need a
Yes,
token
it's
with
beautiful.
vision.
Oh, let me turn off vision then. Boop.
Don't stare into the darkness. Ah, there we go.
There we go.
Oh my god, look at it.
All right, so the city of Brindle, you jabrones would be coming in through, I believe, the south gate? No, you'd be flying, so yeah, never mind.
Where's the helipad?
Yeah, so what is your what's your play then if you're flying in? Like where would you want to land? This
What
is
looks
the
like a castle?
Well,
Yeah.
oh shit!
Hold on a second.
We're doing
Let's-
this Avengers style.
Hold on a second.
Oh,
Let's stop by one of the towers so we don't get shot out the fucking sky.
They won't
Gonna
shoot us.
shoot
Don't worry.
griffins.
Okay,
Look,
so
This is the time to be badasses.
This
Let's
is
be
this is
badasses.
this is
Balls out.
wartime.
okay, so they will actually shoot you. So
no.
I told
yeah,
ya.
Ray and let's see, Ray and Layla, with your incredible vision, you definitely would see that they have ballistas on these towers. You see these adorable little squares on the walls. They do have ballistas set up, catapults, all that kind of stuff, to deter any aerial approach.
I would
So
like to point out that we did say in the last session that we had someone with sending tell them we were coming.
that is
Oh,
correct.
Of course.
That is correct.
I
Yeah.
don't know if that's still if they know specifically how we're
But-
coming.
Yeah, but if we said expect 8 griffins, like, you know,
Okay, if we were that specific.
I think one of us did mention that. Yeah.
that was
Okay.
you.
Okay. In that case, as you fly over the southeast tower, instead of going over to a walled combat map and getting fired at with siege weapons, all of the little soldiers down on the wall, they start like pumping their fists in the air and like huzzahing and cheering and stuff like that. You know how they do when like the good guys, the cavalry rolls in, kind of thing. They're belly bouncing each other. They're high fiving. They're cheering at you. The whole deal. So you fly over the wall and into the city. You see the Temple of the Raven Queen and the very large cemetery. And then to the right of that,
That was very specific.
yeah, to the right of it, you see a very fancy shop called Discreet Departures. And then past that, you see Cathedral Square. You see the absolutely resplendent Cathedral of Pelor. This is like some high fantasy 16th Chapel shit going on. And then past that, you do see Brindle Keep, which is the biggest, fanciest building in the city. And I'm assuming that you are going to land on the roof of Brindle Keep.
Probably the
If it
front
looks like
lawn.
if there's rooftop access, then yes, but yeah, otherwise the
Okay.
front lawn.
All right.
It'd be real awkward to be stuck on the roof.
Yeah, so they have a circle like painted on the flattest part of the roof. And in the circle's a big letter F for flying mounts. And then you and then so yeah, you go ahead and land there. All right. As you do, some individuals will be there. So there are the Lion Knights of Brindle, for sure. And amongst them are regular infantry, regular archers, that sort of thing. And then from a nearby tower, a door opens. And exiting the door, you see one of the most resplendent and otherworldly beauties that you've seen in your adventure. You've seen a couple. This woman seems to radiate a sort of heavenly glow, a brilliance of light and judgment to a certain extent. She is Tridora Golden Brow, and oh yeah, there we go. And as she approaches, you see that the other knights sort of get out of the way. Those of you with any training in history, you know that she is the only surviving member of the Heroes of Rest. She is allegedly an Aasimar, though Aasimar generally aren't known for their exceedingly long lifespans, so it is unsure how she has lived this long. She is strapped down with armor and weapons, none of which seem to be ceremonial. You also know that she is the high priestess of Pelor, in charge of the cathedral. She is also the key advisor to Lord Jarmath, and if rumors are true, his lover. And as she approaches all of you, she says, "So, you are the Claws of the Veil, and you have finally arrived."
That is correct, and it is an honor to meet you.
I have heard much about you from your ally, Orion. He waits inside with the others. It is not too late in the day. I will summon the council that we might meet with you. I apologize. I'm sure you're tired from your journey, but I feel that information should be gained and shared as quickly as possible, and that the time for rest must come later.
Well, let's be on it then.
I'm sure we all look very excited about the proposition of Orion being here.
Okay. So she leads you through Brindol Keep to the War Room. Let me go over to the War Room real quick. All right, and let's see. Claude would be there. I didn't know if he would when I made the map, so let's see. Oh, that's right. You spell it with a W. My bad, Claude. Would Claude want a chair at the table, or would he just be chilling on like a rug nearby?
He'd be chilling on the rug, probably
Okay,
behind
fair.
Orion.
All right, fair enough. All right. Would Orion be sitting next to Queen Celeria Starsinger?
If she's there, yeah.
Okay. All right.
He's been working, I guess, closely with her and her people up in Red Rock. Since we sent them up there to deal with that.
If she asks, we're just telling her we dealt with the Ghost Lord, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, just making sure.
Need to know basis.
I see. All right. All
No
right.
lies.
I'm just trying to dig out all the peeps who are supposed to be at this meeting. So, just need a sec. Okay.
To our credit,
Oh, hey.
I think we agreed to deal with the Ghost Lord after the Red Hand.
That's true.
So we're all good.
Okay.
Do you guys want to catch Cryptid up real quick? I don't know how long you've been here.
I've been here for about 10 minutes or so.
Oh,
I
okay.
apologize. It wasn't anything special. It was a silly mistake of putting the alarm at PM instead of AM.
Oof.
Yes.
Done that
Broke
before.
my heart.
And there. That's a rough one.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I guess the only major thing really was that apparently Rafina had a vision during the night that was essentially like a pseudo scry on a insectile maybe true version of Regirex operating on the body of Thanlin, and it seems like he has been transformed.
Well, let's just hope he can't keep the parry.
Get ready for a
Oh yeah, I'm
26
really not.
AC
I'm really not
boss.
looking forward to that. Yeah.
Get ready for a 26
Fine.
AC boss, guys.
I'm just gonna make you make intelligence saving throws.
Damn.
Oh, damn.
Damn.
I don't know if I
Well,
want to.
you know, knowing Crush might be a Paragon monster, so you know.
Mm. Keep the ideas coming. These are sounding really good. Let's see.
Now I'm considering if I want to switch out Ray for Orion.
Wow.
That heat metal would be pretty useful.
Wow.
Let's see. Let's see. Oh, and then I need all of you guys. Let's see. So Barnabas. Not Bert Jandon. That's the wrong one. Hold on. There we go.
Ah, no.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Let's see. Layla. Oh yeah. And I guess you'd bring your B team to this meeting as well.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
had Jocelyn.
Mhm.
Shit, who else do we bring?
I guess it'd be the same people that we had with us at the Dwarf Kingdom, except for Bronson. I guess now that he's back here, I guess he's off the B team.
Okay.
But it was Gina, Raijin, Garide, and Minette. Bronson was there.
And we left Umed back.
Yeah, Umek is with the Dwarven army right now.
Okay. All right. Minette. Sasha.
Yes, and Sasha.
Okay. And then. Oh, the dwarves as well, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, we have them as well.
Okay. All right. Excellent. And I think we're good. All right. Let me take you over to this scene.
Oh my god. That's Orion.
Oh my god.
All right. So, as you are led through Brindle Keep, massive cherry wood doors open up into a vast library that is serving as the war room. This thing is ridiculously large and ostentatious, but this is the seat of power for the region. You can see that Zapiku spared no expense making this custom red hand of doom for I did that in Photoshop. I did that in Photoshop. But anyways,
that's fucking bad.
Like, damn, he's sponsoring you?
I mean it's still badass. But I mean, anyways, so they have their D&D miniatures out on the table. They are all seated around the table. Everyone turns to look at you, and I guess I'll take you around the table here. So, you see Dira Sparrowheart, who is leader of the settlement of Red Rock. So she is the leader of the Red Rock Goliaths. Next to her, you see Brother Aderney, religious leader of Drellin's Ferry. Next to him, you see Eormel, businessman.
Oh, he's still alive.
Let's see. Oh man,
He's an opportunist.
She worked so hard. She didn't take a long rest since the last time you saw her.
Oh my God.
Yeah, hold on. Bloop. There we go. You see Captain Sarana Anita, though she is looking a bit concerned when she looks over at your party and does not see Thanlin. You see Nora Whiston. You might remember this guy, leader of Drellin's Ferry. Next to him, you see a dangerous-looking woman with fiery red hair and cruel, calculating eyes. Those of you who are trained in history or have been to the city before, you know this is Lady Varasa Kal, one of the wealthiest people in all of Elsir Vale, and an active political figure in the city of Brindol.
Ooh, wasn't there a history check done on like she was the person who hired the mercenaries on the cart. the wagon.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
She helped provide. She provided some mercenaries to help with that cart, and perhaps some of the gold as well that was provided.
We're gonna get to know her.
Yeah, you see Tredora Goldenbrow, who you've already met, who has led you here. Maybe, you know what? Maybe she gives these introductions. That would make sense. And then each person either stands or does like a beauty queen hand wave at you. And then she says, you know, you gotta save the best for last. You know what I'm saying, Lord John? You gotta save the best for last. So she cuts over to the other side of the table, and she says, you already know, Claude, the White Lion. And Claude looks around, sees you guys, slowly gets up, and begins to head towards you. To sniff at you, to jump up and bat at you with his paws, and generally just interact with you, because he is an animal, and he missed you guys. And so he comes over to greet you.
Licks
And
you guys with his sandpaper tongue.
Orion,
What the? Oh my
Oh,
god!
Orion Thistlebush.
What
your
happened to our boy?
Your allies have finally arrived.
Completely disregarding all formalities, Orion's just gonna jump up, run up from the table, and just launch himself towards Jert and the rest of the group and just give them a hug.
The two blood hunters who are new, they reach for their weapons, thinking that this small demon is coming to attack the party. But they do not. They do not draw the weapons. They will see what happens.
The undead mummy dragon turns to this monster, who is not the mouse folk that was described in the legends.
Aragorn wouldn't hug because he's new to this, and so he'll just watch.
Oh man, Jert picking you up.
I guess. So yeah, very much kind of as part of the art. He's now kind of wearing that shadow chained mithril armor that you had given him prior to, you know, everyone kind of splitting up. It seems to have been augmented with kind of natural scales and spikes. It also is kind of like connected to what seems to be what could have been a helmet, but it seems the pumpkin head that he was wearing originally has kind of assumed over that helmet. You can kind of see some of his both of his ears kind of poking out, though it does look like some of them have been cut and kind of slightly stitched together. He also does seem a little bit thinner than you kind of remember him. But most of them is still intact.
Maybe we should have been the Red Rock instead.
No, we made the right choice.
But look at him. He's fucked up.
It's good to see you guys again.
Yeah, so NPC Rayfina would, while you're being hugged by Jert, it is painful to hug him with all the little porcupine spines and bones and stuff like that, but I mean, you've been through way worse at this point. She sort of awkwardly hugs both Orion and Jert, just trying to get in there for a hug.
Good to see you all alive.
It's good to see you all again. And then he takes stock, sees a dwarf, doesn't see Thanlin. Where is Thanlin?
We lost him.
Goldenbrow looks at all of you, and she says, well, now that you've been reacquainted and reunited, I shall continue. Queen Solaria Starsinger of the Elves, Avarthel of the Druids, Helen Shadowbanks of Drellin's Ferry, Sir Tyrion the Wise of Drellin's Ferry, Alandri of Brindol. Oh man, I hate it when I forget to link the token and they get like a little like token mold title. The unbiased Immerstal the Red. And you see Immerstal, and maybe you've seen him before. He look kind of young for an archmage.
It's magic. We understand.
Yeah. And if you were to ask him privately, how and why does he look so young? He says that he's a stalwart feminist, and he hates the trope that wizard dudes have to look old and wise, but like wizard ladies always try to look young and hot. So he decided that he was going to look young and hot to break the mold, baby. Yep. If you ask him how that's working out, he says it's actually been a struggle. None of the wizards take him seriously because he looks so young. So, all right. And then this isn't Catane. Come on, man. All right. Captain Lars Ulverth, leader of Brindle's military forces. Yeah, look at that guy. Crossing his arms, got a crew cut. You know that this guy means business. He's got 3rd edition armor on. You know it's 3rd edition armor because it's not really sure what armor it is, and there's a lot of plates. It looks like, you know, came out of a 1990s comic book. Yeah.
It's a lot of everything.
It's a lot of everything. You can't see all the pouches, but there's probably a shitload of pouches hidden by his cloak. Maybe some extra belts. Hold on, let me look again. Yeah, there's the pouches. And he's wearing 2 belts. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay. A man of his time, for sure. And then finally, she introduces... and our esteemed leader, Lord Jarmoth of Brindle. There we go. Lord Jarmoth is trying to use force powers to raise his glass up into his hand. That's what I think this picture is supposed to be depicting. All right. So, she turns to all of you and says, with introductions out of the way, should I introduce you, or would you prefer to introduce yourselves?
Rajar would begin to step forward. And probably, I don't know, maybe he's being rude, but he's staring at the wall behind everybody instead of like listening to everyone's names.
Yeah.
And he just starts to kind of shuffle and shamble to take his place. As they say that, I was going to note that to make things simple, Rajar would mentally link with Orion and say it was the Burning King. Took his friend. While they were having the conversation. Kind of like Galadriel to Frodo.
Oh, right, yeah.
Okay.
A little mental whisper.
Orion was provided, but yeah, because he was there at rest. He learned the Burning King being a kind of pseudo dragon figure.
You've probably seen him flying around because the notes did say he had been like swooping on Brindle for a while.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, there's just a very brief green glow that emanates from the mask, and then it subsides.
But
and he just gives you a nod.
Nonetheless, shambling forward, Rager would go to take his spot, probably here. He doesn't like to go a lot of walking, but as he goes up, he would cough and say, I am not the one to introduce the claws of the veil, but I am the last Ishaton. And he will sit down.
When you say that, most of them don't really have a reaction, but you see that Alandri looks at you and she nods respectfully at your words, because to her, they seem to have a great deal of meaning.
Perfect. Old man doesn't want to go far, though.
Yeah, I got you.
Barnabas will approach and say, my name is Barnabas Benoit, representative of Denivar.
The name's Eberron, representative of the dwarves.
I guess Dredd will step up. I am Jed Bandon, Ranger of the Claws of the Veil.
Okay, let's see. How would I do this in a way that is creepy but also a little awkward? All right, so Layla approaches. She stares at all of them and she says, I think everyone knows who everyone else is already. I don't see why we're wasting time on pageantry when there's a war that's about to happen.
Nailed it.
All right, thanks. Rayfina will say, I am Rayfina Duskfaith. I am of the last tribe of... I am the last tribe of Firbolg, allied to Drellin's Ferry, and all those who stand against the Red Hand. And then she will go and sit right next to Orion. All right. Yeah. So the rest of the B team, they look at you guys like you've gone to the movies with your friends, but your friends have forced you to sit next to strangers. So let's see. These two dwarves. She says, I'm Esha Snowgift, and this is Tendel Firmhorn. We are blood hunters in the service of the new king of the dwarves, represented by Aragorn. We'll provide whatever counsel we can. Though, let it be known that Aragorn speaks on the behalf of our king.
Yes, put the pressure on me even more.
She winks at you, and Tendel Firmhorn just makes a little cackle into his beard. Minette kind of pushes Gerard forward, and he says, I am Gerard of Red Rock, and this is Minette of Denevar, and we started out culinary enthusiasts, exploring the Vale for new recipes, and new experiences, and new cultures. But now, well, we are a part of something bigger than that. And we will not shy away from our duty and our obligation. And then I guess he sits next to the leader of his people. Baller move. All right. Sasha says, I'm Sasha of Brindol, and I've been with the Claws since Drellin's Ferry, and I've seen a lot, and I don't want others to suffer as we have suffered and as others have suffered. And she kind of seems like really nervous because like this is like El Presidente of like the city where she grew up, an orphan criminal. But she goes ahead and takes a seat. Jocelyn says, I am Jocelyn of Drellin's Ferry, and I represent my father, who is perhaps not here, but Morland Colhure was his name. I have journeyed with the Claws a long time as well, and I'll provide whatever insight I can into the things that I have seen. And then Gina says, I'm Gina of Denevar, and I'm here. And then Bronson steps forward and he kneels and he removes his helm. It just reveals that it's been Chris Evans the whole time. And he looks over at Lord Jarmoth and he says, Lord Jarmoth, I am Braun Bronson, Lion Knight of Brindol. I was one of the knights chosen to escort the caravan to the Hammerfist Halls. I am the sole survivor of that company. I was saved by these great heroes. I witnessed the pure terror and fury that is the Burning King and the heinous machinations and plotting that the Red Hand used to undermine the leadership of the dwarves, all of which will be revealed to you in time. I am unfit to sit at this table with such great leaders, and I simply ask that I may stand watch over the meeting. And he looks at him, and he sees that they're out of chairs. But he knows that they could bring out some more chairs. And he says, Braun Bronson, you left here a knight. And for many, there is no greater honor than that. But you return to us a hero. Please, take a seat at our table. Your insights, your courage, and your resolve are exactly what we need in these dire times. And Braun Bronson nods, and he looks for a place to sit. And
Does
then
he do the baller move and go right beside the Lord?
Oh
Other
man!
side,
Oh
golden
yeah,
breath?
yeah. You know what? That's pretty baller. Okay, so he'll go and stand in between the leader and his captain, which is maybe a little too baller. All right. Tredora sees what everyone has been seated. She goes and stands on the other side of him, and I guess the meeting can open in earnest now that everybody has been well established. Oof. Okay. So, Lord Jarmoth looks at everyone here and says, well, who will go first? Would you like to be informed of what we know and have discussed? Or would you first like to provide us information about what you have learned out in the field?
I think we should start by telling them what allies we've gathered.
Okay, so you guys give your book report. All right, so who's going to take point on this? You guys can all freely banter back and forth, and you don't have to give like an amazing like novelization of what happened. Just kind of start it off and then say, and then the salient points are, and then the things that you share with them.
I think Orion will kick off first just to bring the
Oh,
rest of
okay.
the claws up to speed.
Alright.
Since we parted ways from Drellin's Ferry, I went to Red Rock. Or sorry, departed ways from the Tiricator. That's where it was. Queen Starsinger and her forces joined up with the Goliaths in Red Rock. There were some meddling by the Red Hand. Creatures called Nergigantes were causing terrors in the mountains, along with their rangers. It was rough, but we were able to subdue the creatures and expel the Red Hand forces from there. And I got this cool armor.
As you say that, you do see a smile cross the stony face of Dira Sparrowheart. She nods at you respectfully, and she says, we would not have been able to survive the onslaught of those legendary beasts if not for the efforts of this young beast heart and our new allies, the Tiricator. Such creatures are full of rage and power, but they prefer the higher elevations of the mountains. we believe that agents of the Red Hand disrupted something higher up in the mountains, forcing or perhaps inviting these creatures to come further down. They also released a great deal of monsters into our minds. While we were distracted with that, we were caught unaware by the incursion of these beasts, and the Nergigantes laid waste to our many herds of domesticated Beroths. Caught in a pincer attack between the creatures of the mines and the Nergigantes' ever-increasing aggressive attacks against the settlement, we were at our wits' end. Fortunately, help came just in time. And you can tell that everybody in the room except you guys has already heard the story, but she's kind of repeating it for your benefit.
I mean, we're definitely on the edges of our seats because we've been wondering what's going on with Orion this whole time.
Rager would kind of cough because he can't mentally link to this many people, so he has to actually talk.
Oh God, yeah.
So he'll give out the effort before he'll say, "As promised to Lady Starsinger, the Ghost Lord's threat has been dealt with, and he has been trapped in his home. I will personally deal with him after the Red Hand are forgotten. He will not bother us, nor will he leave. Their threat of using their experimentations will not be a problem."
These words seem to kind of carry a great deal of comfort to those assembled. And you can tell that they were all unsure where the Ghost Lord miniature, expertly hand-painted by someone working for Lord Jarmoth, was going to play out in the battle.
I'm sorry. You carry on.
Rager would stare at her, and knowing that he could speak into her mind alone, he does not, and he speaks out loud. "I would like you to know, Lady Starsinger, that it was the Ghost Lord himself who freed me to save the Veil, and that he still respects it."
He stares at you a bit imperiously. She is also quite ancient, and she says, "Ever did he have the desire to fight fire with fire, monster with monster? If his actions woke you prematurely or have done you any duress, I would apologize on his behalf, if he has not apologized to you already. To drag you back into this conflict, to deprive you of your rest."
It was far later than I would have liked to have been awakened, and with far less things in my tomb. If any at this table know where my items are, or have heard, please. They are weapons to be used against the Red Hand, and I will not kill you for holding them in your treasuries.
There are a lot of raised eyebrows at that, as people kind of look around the table. This woman over here, Alandri, she looks at you and she says, "Perhaps we will speak after this meeting. I have many contacts in the southern kingdoms."
Rager gives a nod before turning as though his report on the Ghost Lord is done.
Artemis would chime in to add to that the Bloodlord Olwai, the ancient nymph that used to affect this land and hinder its progress, has been vanquished permanently.
Okay, there are some like nods of like, damn, okay, that's good, that's good. They remove the Ulwai miniature from the board as well.
For dramatic effect, Rager tosses his wilted lily that he took from.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right. Jarmath says, and what of the dwarves? What do you have to report of those activities? Aragorn, you represent the new king. A new king is news to me.
Aye, it is. The old king, the one you humans know of, had passed, and his body was compromised by an ally of the Red Hands. But rest assured, he has been dealt with and removed from the table. Unfortunately, we could not rout out the one who did such a heinous crime to my people. It was an undead illithid.
Most people at the table look a little confused.
Oh, that's right. You do
But
not know of my
but
peoples.
Lord Jarmath recognizes the term. Obviously, Tredora Goldenbrow steps back one whole step when you say that, as if your words have pushed her. Immerstal, the Red, and Alandri look like they have sort of a concern that they're sharing. And yeah, Valeria Starsinger is has a look of disgust and disappointment on her face. Sorry, keep going.
Oh, that's right. You don't know about the true battle we had. In that case, since we're all catching up with one another and us being allies, I guess I can impart these words to you all. And he will recount the secret war with the illithids.
As you
and
go to do that, Tredora Goldenbrow says, Lord Jarmath, are you sure this is wise? There was an agreement made to never speak of this enemy again. And he raises a hand as if to say, calm your tits, bitch. And he says, no, it's time. It's time for everyone to know exactly what we're up against. Every bit of information might be needed to survive the onslaught of this enemy. Please, Aragorn, speaker of the King of the Dwarves, let all here know the hidden history of what truly transpired.
Wonderful. And just before he says anything, there'll be a look of concern upon Eredor's face. Before we do, though, do not be alarmed what I'm about to do. He will snap his finger, and just because this is wartime, he isn't sure if the enemy can scry or anything. He was going to cast Mordenkainen's private sanctum
Oh, very nice.
all over the room, which is 100 feet across in a cube shape, which should cover the entire map, or roughly.
It's 100 by 100 by 100 cube.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not going to place the template, but still, I'm going to cast a spell nonetheless.
Okay, so as you go to cast the spell, let's see. Immerstal the Red is going to use a reaction. Okay. He says, do not worry. He is just adding a bit of redundancy to our spell wards. It is appreciated. And as you realize it, as you cast it, you realize that you have just overwrote the one that Emerstall had already cast, extending the duration another 24 hours.
Well, he wouldn't know that one was cast, so you know.
That's what I mean. I don't think you'd know until after you cast it, kind of thing. But then you could kind of feel that there was magic there that doesn't need to be there anymore, because in 5e, the same spell effect will just reset, create a new timer essentially for the spell effect. So yeah, you cast a spell, you have Inner Sanctum up, and then
Oh, then he will carefully recount the history with the dwarves and the illithids from underground, and why they kept it a secret, and the cover-up they used for the orcs.
You can see that the people who did not know that story look troubled. Eormel is thinking back to all the many racist things he's done during his life towards the dwarves, and he's like, dang, they were real. They were real G's. They were making it happen for me, and I didn't even know it. They were making it happen for my ancestors. No wonder this is so grouchy. Oh man, he's really kind of processing it. Everyone else just looks kind of like shook, like, wow, that's crazy. A secret war? Oh my god. A cover-up? How could this happen? So yeah, the people that didn't already know about it are pretty like shaken up by this information.
I'm curious. The bow that Ryan has was more specifically towards those kind of other creatures. Does it have any reaction at hearing the illithids?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
That's all in the past now. What we gaze upon now is the future. And as of now, you have the backing of the Dwarven settlement and its army, which should be marching here as we speak, and will arrive within a day or two. I'm assuming.
Oh, Lord Jarmoth looks at you and says, I'm glad you ask. And he points to, I'm assuming that if they've got a wall-sized map, they probably have a fucking calendar somewhere. So he's gonna point to the calendar. Let me see. All right. And he'll say, based on our reports and the scouting done by the Tiri Couture, as well as the druids of the Vale, their progress seems to have slowed a bit. Their steady march was almost like clockwork, moving from one settlement to the next. Each one they found easier to conquer than the last, as evacuations became the only true defense. You may have noticed flying into the city that it has been evacuated. You guys think back, you were kind of like high up and there was cloud cover and all that kind of stuff, so I mean, those of you who had good enough perception, the two druidesses, I feel like they wouldn't 100%, have like kind of noticed, hey, the town's shut down. But now looking back and thinking about it, it did seem to have a different vibe to it. Not like a ghost town, but more like a military complex and less like a bustling city. And he continues and says, I believe they will be arriving at our doorstep in about 3 days. Whether or not they attack immediately, or they wait to rally their forces and construct war machines is unknown. I wouldn't imagine that we have more than 4 or 5 days before they attack with their full force. It is very fortunate that you arrived as early as you did, that you have time to help us with preparations, planning, and to lend your incredible insight and initiative and intuition to the battle that is to come. And that's when that's when Eormel says, well, these people are capable of so much. I know myself included, I'll never forget the battle against the River Troll. Not to mention all the heroic exploits we continue to hear about of their many journeys. I have always been a huge fan and supporter of the Claws of the Vale. I would have sponsored them, but they were already working for that coward, Jarrett. Why not, and hear me out, now that we have them here, we could send them a small, elite team of specialists behind enemy lines to cut off the head of the serpent before the battle ever reaches the city. And he looks around at everybody like, check out that move. Pretty good idea. Everyone sort of turns to look at you, kind of gauging your guys' reaction.
I narrow my eyes because the last time he suggested something, he absolutely was betraying us.
Was this the whole thing about the bandits?
He was supporting the bandits and then suggested we go fight the bandits.
I think he'll just try to cover his own ass.
I don't trust this man. I don't know how this social climber got here.
Seeing your hesitation to jump at this idea, Lord Jarma says, now, Yorma. We must discuss everything before making a decision. But your suggestion will be noted. So, allow me to fill you in on what has transpired. And I'm gonna add this map down here. Hold on. Let's see. Bloop. No, that's the city. I want the. Hey, you know what? We'll probably just go over to the actual Elsir Vale map for this. Hold on. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'll make this war room into a player map, so you guys can go back and forth if you need to, like if you don't want to look at the Elsir Vale map or whatever. So let's see. Alright, so Lord Jarmath would tell you, as you know, the Old Road Inn, the last point of civilization in Elsir Vale before a long and arduous journey north into the frosty and inhospitable lands that dwell there, was one of the first casualties of the Red Hand's incursion. It served as their base of operation, moving into and through the region. They sent troops across Lake Reston, where they then subjugated the Dujak people. Apparently, looking for relics of power, the weapons of rest, we believe, they continued towards the ruins of rest, located at the north end of the Black Fen. On their way, they encountered Gomek, spiritual totem of the Nujak people, and their flesh molder used her magics to bend the creature to their will and enslave the Nujak people, which all of you know, for you are the heroes that saved them from that fate. Within the ruins of rest, they weren't able to find what they needed, but the flesh molder was able to set up a base of operations that you yourselves were able to disrupt. While that was happening, of course, they took over with their raiding parties the ruins of Wrath Keep. This gave them a very good forward base of operation that they could act out of. Using this, they were able to scout and explore the region slowly, and their warg riders, which are the speaking intelligent wolves that they ride around on, were able to cover vast distances quickly. With the region well scouted, they began to seed their many allies throughout the Vale, disrupting local politics, local trade, and infrastructure. While these secondary targets were distracted and continue to be distracted by these incursions. They built up the strength of their army to begin a march that would lead them to our doorstep. Fortunately, yet again, you were there to slow their progress, destroying Skull Gorge Bridge and slowing down their approach. Reports state that they have repaired the bridge, though not to the strength that it was at before. Strong enough, at least, to slowly get their army across. Eventually, they made it to Drellin's Ferry. The people there were torn, whether to stand and fight or to flee. And unfortunately, almost half the population of Drellin's Ferry remained, refusing to leave their homes. Those people, many were killed, but most were taken as slaves. It seems that our enemy finds value in the defeated. They began a long march along the King's Road, making their way to Darrelton, Naman Gap, and finally Talar. Currently in Talar, they are preparing to depart for Brindol. Their force is vast, their army outnumbering us easily 10-1. We cannot hope to face them on the open field of battle. Their dragon, Abithriax, would decimate troops who had no cover from his aerial assaults. He would disrupt our lines, and we would be easy prey to their many monsters and living war machines. These giants that they have brought, well, we have sent a few forward companies of knights to test their mettle and strength, and it has not turned out well. We have asked the people of Witchcross for assistance, but they refuse to get involved, hoping against hope that they will be ignored by the invading forces. You have already aided the Tiricator, the New Jack, and through those efforts, the Goliath of Red Rock. We have been promised support by the settlement of Elsir Cross, and it is believed that many mercenaries have been sent both from Elsir Cross and from Denevar to bolster our modest forces. Marthon is not known for its military might. They are foresters, lumberjacks. Some have come to stand with us at Brindol, viewing this as the best opportunity to stand against the invading force. Denevar sent us mercenaries, but more as a gesture than as a true effort. My reports state that Denevar is fortifying and closing its gates and borders. They are hoping that we can stop this force, but they refuse to send any more troops to aid us, claiming that diminishing the centralized strength of Denevar would make it open to attack by sea or raiders from the south or north. Perhaps they know more than we do. Perhaps the Red Hand has forces unbeknownst to us. Or perhaps they are just looking out for themselves. The settlement of Prosper is barely hanging on. Reports state that the populace languishes under the effects of some magical curse, as does the settlement of Douth. The people of Hillwatch continue to battle for their lives against raiders, shapeshifters of terrible might, power. Fortunately, you have secured the aid of the Hammerfast holds. You have dissuaded the Ghost Lord from contributing to the battle. And well, I don't know what else to say about the state of things in the Vale. Did I miss anything?
Do we tell them about the traitor?
Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
We bring up Elsir Cross and the problems that might come with mercenaries sent from there.
You must turn them back.
Tredora looks at Jarmath with a look that says, I told you so. Jarmath looks frustrated. And then Tredora says, unfortunately, while we are aware of some of the mercenaries' origins, things have been very busy with refugees from Drellin's, Terrelton, Nyman's Gap, Talar, and our own city, preparing their exodus to Denevar. In the hustle and bustle, it's hard to say for sure how many have come from Elsir Cross to allegedly lend their aid, or to spy and undermine. You are confident in this information? Elsir Cross is compromised and cannot be trusted?
The information we found came from the records of the Red Hand themselves, encrypted into a code that no person of this land should have ever been able to read. I believe this information is true.
You have the papers on you, don't you?
Slap them on the table.
Oh man. Alright, they get passed down the table. Jarmath takes a look at him. Tredora reads over his shoulder. And Tredora says, long have these worms looked upon the city of Brindol with envy from the shadows they choose to cling to. They are a cancerous tumor that should have been chopped off and burned long ago. But we gave them the benefit of the doubt. And that was our mistake. I wonder if, other than spying and disruption and sabotage, if we need to worry about them joining the invading forces.
This should be prepared for. We should make sure that the people who stand on gates and protect the supplies of foods are people who are trusted.
I see. And then any unknowns should be moved to frontline infantry?
Yes.
Manual labor jobs, or nothing that
Impactful.
might impact the support of our troops? I see. She looks over. She looks over at Captain Lars Olverth, who has been very reticent this whole meeting. And she says, you understand what needs to be done, Captain? And he looks at her, and he nods, and he says, I do. Things have been very difficult. When we got a full assessment of the force we were up against, we quickly realized that we are outmatched and outmanned in every way. So, we find ourselves with strange bedfellows, he says, looking over at Lady Carl. And then Lady Carl gives him a look like, what are you gonna do about it, bitch? And then he says, but we have found a middle ground, and my soldiers and knights are
working in tandem with Lady Verasa Call's mercenaries, I don't think that that's going to be the issue. But yes, all these new recruits, all these helpers that continue to arrive, it is unfortunate that now we are filled with distrust of them. I will work with my command, and we will make sure to reassign those people. And any that we hear came from Elsir Cross, should we have them arrested? He looks to Lord Jarmuth. Lord Jarmuth says, perhaps, or perhaps we should detain them and question them. Perhaps they know something about Elsir Cross's motivations in all of this. He looks down at all of you. He says, is it within your powers to ascertain such information if we were to find these individuals?
Looks around. Maybe Jert, but you know, if all else fails, the coin always talks to people of this persuasion.
Immerstal says, we have what we need to get the information, but I feel that it would be unethical to use our magics for such practices. Let us try to gain the information through a more mundane means, a more humane means. These people, as corrupt and misled as they might be, are still people, and still our neighbors. We do not want to be seen by the populace as turning cruel. It could be seen as a sign of weakness, that we are panicking, that we are willing to do anything to win. It could be very damaging to the morale.
This is wise in these early days of the conflict, but to be clear, we must be prepared to do anything to win. The scales of severity demand it, for if we fail, we don't just lose our people and our land, everything is at stake. If we fail, this land will become a desert.
As you say that, Immerstal, he looks at you, and he gives you the look of like a wizrobe who has found power and extended life without taking like shortcuts, like becoming a lich and things like that. And he looks at you in that kind of way that like he thinks you're the kind of guy who likes to take shortcuts, and you can kind of feel and sense an immediate sort of like dislike form between you and him as he kind of hears your words. And he says, that is dangerous talk.
But
It's very...
is not wrong. The southern kingdoms were turned into a desert from their attack. In either case, it matters not. Eventually, such drastic measures will be taken. If we allow the sickness of traitors in the midst, that is a symptom that we will feel no matter how we try to cure it. They come from everywhere. Not just this one place.
Yeah, everybody kind of nods at this, and then there's sort of a murmured discussion, and Lady Call says, the creature speaks wise words. You speak of morale, Immerstal, but you speak of morale of the heart. It speaks of morale of the mind. If it gets out that we can't trust everyone, we set the example for others. If the rabble, if the common, if the infantry, if the lessers hear that we are scared, are suspicious, they will become so as well. If we start locking people up for where they came from, it will become very obvious very quickly that trust has been destroyed. And Immersal looks a bit frustrated, and he says, "Oh, we've got this map on the here. Okay, are you guys able to see the big old Elsir Vale map that's way down at the bottom of this map you're on? The war room.
Got a
I'm just
Brindol
on the
map.
Oh, we're
Vale
still
map.
in the Vale map, yeah.
Okay, let me take you back over there. Like it's all the way down at the bottom.
Yep.
Like.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So yeah, we can stay on this map. Then you can see the city. You can see the you can see the Vale, and then you can see all the NPCs at the same time. So that works out pretty well. Okay. I forgot that I put the map there. All right. Cool. So Emersal looks concerned, and he says, "It is important that those with power do not become corrupted by their power. It is an easy thing to say that you have to do whatever it takes to win. But what are you when the battle is over, if you have given up everything you are for victory? What have you become in your effort to stay what you were?
The Ghost Lord.
What we are when this is done does not matter, because it will be alive. I do not intend to stay around or infect your populace. When the Red Hand is done, I am done. I am a shadow of the Southern Kingdom's will. Do not mistake my cold heart for a maligned one. I am merely missing it. You have but two options. Either we can trust all the soldiers in your city, or we can trust none. Deal with House Across, or don't. We will need to adjust the plan either way.
Captain Serana Anita says, "Well, what do we know of Elsir Cross that would better color our response to this information? Sure, they have sent people into the city, but not many. They would have kept their own forces close at hand. Sure, there could be spies, there could be saboteurs, but that is war. There could have been those already. There could have been those that have been contacted by representatives of the Hand at any point. There could be agents of the Red Hand who came into this city under the guise of refugees and simply stayed when others left. Changed their clothes from rags to armor and joined up with some mercenary band or another. We could play at these scenarios all evening. The real question is, what does Elsir Vale have that would be worth fearing, if anything?
I think the important thing is to not take extreme actions, but to simply maneuver our forces in a way that protects us, and simply removing people who are potentially untrustworthy from important tasks."
Jarmoth looks at you and he says, "Benoit has the right of it. We will keep our misgivings a secret, and you will do everything you can, Captain Lars, Ulverth, to reassign these individuals in a way that does not look like there's a pattern to be discerned or suspicions to be roused. If you require administrative assistance with that, Tridora will assist you. And perhaps Braun Bronson could lend you aid as well. Now, we all seem to be caught up on what has happened, and we seem to know a bit about what will happen. But that needs to be discussed further, as well as plans for how to deal with that. And we will deal with that after this 10-minute recession.
Good transition.
You son of a bitch.
All right, see you guys in 10 minutes.
Well played.
Alright.
I think what I was trying to lay down is when you kind of like take something like the Red Hand, for people that have seen them and for people who haven't, like, if you were about to fight in a war that was tenfold and everything you've heard is that they've been wiping out cities, and someone you know or like have met for a little while kind of shoulders you and says, hey, I got somebody who's made a deal with them. It's a whole town. If you join up with us, now that they're in the city, they can kind of just start spreading this doctrine and getting other people corrupted. If that makes sense at all? Like,
It's possible, but I don't think that they would expose themselves even with like the whole desperation thing. I feel like the Elsir Cross vibe is like doing small acts of sabotage to like ripple effect into a like advantageous situation. It's very art of war, like creating your own advantage.
my only thought is that they are the only civilization that we have found that the Red Hand has made a deal with.
This is true.
And serve as the only non-hobgoblin people aligned with the Red Hand that are like a whole town. And
Yeah,
so promise of protection might be something.
Possibly, and not to say that this is an equivalent, but like we would have fought the New Jacks if we hadn't helped them, like, you know, things like that. So it's not like they're the only thing that like the Red Hand has cousined in and like forced to fight for them, but you know, and it's like unclear exactly what that relationship looks like. But
that was like misbegotten, like, I don't want to say it wasn't like slavery, but I think it was like willful or like just ignorance. They were just kind of like not aware of like what was going on.
Pretty much. Yeah, no, your concerns are very valid. Like there could be like cells of like betrayers within here, and it could have grown. I'm gonna hope that's not the case, and it's gonna be like, you know, we're watching out for like a person who's planting a bomb in a wall, or someone who's about to like break the water reservoir, or you know, like
I don't know if it'll be anything like as drastic as that, but it'll probably be like very, like you said, small things that'll have like ripple effects. Like, oh, these couple of crates of like ammunition got misplaced somewhere. Like, oh,
honestly, those things, like you said, they're small things that can be patched up that won't have a huge, major effect on the ongoing battle.
I feel as
it's
though
like
we'll
kind of ignore it for now.
well, we just did minor preparations for it, and it's like the big thing that we have to worry about, and Crash like touched on this when we originally talked about it, is like, you know, in the earlier settlements, like the idea that like they let one of these guys sit by the gate and they just open the gate for that, you know, big charge and like let the Red Hand in, and that's an end game like downfall sort of situation.
Yeah, then the walls mean nothing.
Then we wouldn't have the mercenaries guards.
That's what we're saying. We're already doing that, and that's like taken care of, kind of. But it's like you never know if like Ark has been saying, like if they have soldiers on the Brindol payroll, that could come back to us. If they have assassins, that could just clear out a small contingent of knights that are standing by a gate. They could do that. Like, you know, there's still options that we need to be considering of, but
true, but we can't deal with all those options at once, nor do we have the time to deal with them one by one at this turn.
I'm saying that we already did it, and you know, we need to be like, we didn't solve the problem. We very much put a band-aid on it, and we're hoping it's gonna hold.
What we should be talking about now is city defenses, where to put troops.
Yep.
What place to fortify.
ChatGPT prepared us for this.
What?
Oh God.
Wait,
Yep.
what?
I I uploaded all of my notes of the campaign into Chat GPT and asked it to formulate a battle strategy to defend a siege against a with a walled city, and it did not disappoint.
That is
Since there are
Barnabas and
sewers
Juan.
here, right? Are there sewers in the city?
Is it what?
Probably.
No, I'm saying
Sewers?
since
Oh, sewers? Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
then we should completely block off all
Good call.
exits and entrance to them, because otherwise they'll come from underground.
Yeah, and I mean we have to do like the maintenance thing. We have to do our diligence to be like, okay, is there any part of the wall that might be weak? That's like under construction. Like how are the towers? How deep is the moat? Like shit like that. You know?
I'm gonna be real with you. As much as I do care about the wall, they don't really matter when you have a Bithriax flying over and nuking literally everything.
We're gonna kill him.
Well-
It's gonna be fine. We're gonna kill him.
Okay, but until then, until he's dead, I mean, what are we gonna do about it? We'll put guards up there, and sure, we can fortify defenses by the wall. But
There
truth
is
be
stuff we have
told,
to do. Like we have to lure him into a battle. Like one thing that you do when you're fighting against like a enemy like a Bithriax is we need ballista, but we also need to like create camouflaged ballista areas that he can't pick up on, like canopy tarps that like cover the top of them so he can't see them for air that look like the roof and that can be like pulled away to attack, things like that.
A lot more time than I thought we would.
Thank God for those griffins.
And the tailwind. Do we have any aerial troops of our own? I know
We have griffins.
I know the dwarves have like griffin riders and stuff. Didn't the Tiri Kator have like giant owls and stuff?
Yep. Or was it owl bears or was it just giant owls?
Owl bears can't fly, so that wouldn't help.
Okay.
But I know they had giant owls. I'm not saying like any of those forces are going to be anything that can actually stop a Bithriax. I'm just thinking of like if they're if they're able to occupy the things that will be accompanying a Bithriax, because we know that. I mean, we fought him and he came with 2 manticores, so I assume he's going to be coming with more. And we know they have wyvern riders and stuff like that. So if we can at least get rid of any support that he has, and then we're just gonna have to try and find some way to deal with him when he gets closer to us.
Well, yeah, I think that's the idea, is we really need to utilize whatever flying military we have to kind of like push him towards us and like create a barrier between him and the sky, so that like if he tries to take off, he has to go through them and also presumably take some ballista fire, so it's like that way it deters him from wanting to leave. Well, and then we also need to make sure that someone prepares freedom of movement, like we were saying the other day. Because no one wants to get yeeted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I accidentally closed the break, so I don't actually remember when we took the break.
there's probably still like 1 or 2 minutes left.
Okay. I just picture you guys at like the refreshments table, like at the craft services table for the war room, just kind of having these like side discussions as you prepare to rejoin the meeting.
I imagine it's a good spread. Definitely some like bagels and lock sort of situation.
Yeah, I mean, they're most of these people, at least the ones that are running stuff, are nobles. So what they might view as hard wartime snacks is still like delicacy food for most normal people. So Like, can't serve swan at the war meeting. Yeah, that kind of thing.
That reminds me, I wonder if we're gonna run into Ron Swan's song.
I mean, might be.
We wanted to look for the rest of his troop.
There have been too many things going on.
Yeah.
I feel like that was like an Eastern Vale sort of adventure. I feel like if we had gone through the settlements, we might have found them.
Yeah.
We're not going to find them in the Thorn Waste. We should look for Jared after this. I miss Jared.
Quick question. Those ice arrows from the Dwarven Kingdom, is it literally just flame arrows, but just ice? Like all the same descriptions and stuff? Well, other than actually setting something ablaze, that's probably not happening.
I really loved the way they depicted Ice Dragon Breath in the recent season of Vox Machina. Like the effect of it and like how it makes like bodies rupture. Absolutely insane.
Oh yeah, because like cellular structure just like
Yeah.
expands and freezes over. Oh yeah.
Yeah, expansion of water within the body.
They did a real good job with the violence on that show, so they're a real good job with it. All right, I'm gonna maybe assume that, yeah, we're at time for the break to be over. We'll jump back into it. Okay.
I think the time was 12:06, so we're just past.
Okay.
Aragorn is
Alright.
missing for another 20 minutes.
I see. Okay. Well, we must shoulder on. As everybody resumes their places at the table, Lord Jarmuth looks to everyone and says, well, everyone has had their say. And now I will share with you what battle plans we've constructed, and then you could perhaps lend your own perspective to that, and then we can speak of the city's defenses. My army, despite being outnumbered, knows the city well, and the city, as you likely saw as on your flight as you approached, is a marvel of defensive architecture. And as long as we hold the city, we can make up for that lack in numbers. But as I stated before, face them out in the open, we would be overwhelmed quickly. I propose that all forces be posted at the gates. That would be south, west, east, and then the northern market gate and bridge that leads to the river and Witchcross beyond. If any particular gate is lost, the troops will be instructed to abandon that section of the city and move into an upper ring. Eventually, we will win. The enemy will be pushed back, defeated, or routed. Lady Call says, that's all well and good, Jarmuth. And you have tremendous confidence in your troops. But I don't know. I feel like that's exactly what the enemy will expect. And this seems to be a very unexpected enemy. I have to say that I lean in favor of trying to discern and assassinate the enemy's leadership as early as possible. Your troops, as brave and stalwart as they are, I don't think will last very long. Perhaps they can hold the gates for a time, and that might give us the chance to eliminate the leadership of the enemy. But I certainly don't think you're going to win any sort of siege against these forces. These are not orcs we're dealing with. They have wizards, priestesses. They wield mighty magic, control elemental forces. I just don't think the traditional war methods are going to be enough, old friend.
There's much wisdom in what you've just said, Lady Cal. Every time that we've encountered this enemy, they have used unconventional means to face this land.
Captain Lars Olverth pounds his fist on the table, and he says, my men are brave, and stalwart, and well-trained. They will not break, they will not bow, they will not bend. Wherever we place them, they will fight. But I am in 100% support of Lord Jarmath that I will not send my men out of the city. That is an invitation to a quick and fiery death at the hands of the dragon or one of their spellcasters. The best armor in the world doesn't do much against dragon fire or fireball.
I might disagree with that, but
Lady Tredora says, while I believe in the troops, I am inclined to say that, well, I'm going to put it out there. And she looks at Lord Jarmath like, I'm sorry, baby. I know we've talked about this behind closed doors, and it's been a very tough point of contention in our relationship, but I'm going to put it out there. She says, I think there's still time to abandon the city. We take everyone and everything, and we go to Denevar. We don't need to worry about any attacks from the east, as the Red Hand has not shown that it has any sort of naval forces whatsoever. We have the mountains and the forest to the north that would make approach difficult. We double our strength by combining the might of Brindol with that of Denevar. And we can gather up any along the road who would also seek shelter in Denevar and use them to bolster our forces as well. We leave behind the empty husk of a city. And while they are busy and distracted taking the city for themselves, we prepare for the true battle. When she says that, the glass Lord Jarmath was holding shatters in his hand as he clenches it so tight, and he says, "This is my city. I will not abandon it." And she says to him, "This is a hill covered in stones. The people have already left. What are you fighting for?" And he turns to her and says, "I am fighting for my ancestors. I am fighting for my descendants. I am fighting for the identity of our people. I am fighting for the city of Brindol that is not just stones upon a hill.
It is a people. It is the heart of Elsir Vale. If we roll over and hand it over to the enemy, and we arrive in Denver cowards, We spoke of morale earlier. Where would the morale of the people be to see the mightiest city in the Vale? I can't, and I won't. And he looks around at everyone here, and he says, I will not shame any of you that feel the need to leave, but I will not authorize my troops to do so. They will stay here, and they will fight. Because at some point, someone has to.
Queen Celeria looks over at them and says, I agree. We were convinced not to flee. We have decided to stay and fight. And fight we shall. As long as Brindol is dedicated to holding back the Red Hand, we will support you. But we will not support you out in open combat. I cannot risk my owls, nor my elves, to the wyverns and dragons under their command. We can provide scouting and aerial support once the battle has reached the city. I will have elven swordsmen fighting side by side with your troops and mercenaries, and I will even have bands of skirmishers making their way through the streets of the city to find any Red Hand troops who manage to slip by. But I will not face them out on the field. And if you abandon your city, I return to the Witchwood and flee as well. My people will not go with you to Denver. This is where the stand is made. Or it is not made at all. Dira Sparrowheart says, if you flee the city, what is to happen to Red Rock and Elsir Cross and Witch Cross? They would be within easy reach of an occupied Brindol. Brindol would also serve as a great seat of power for our enemy. Behind these walls, upon these fine hills, they would have control of the region. Perhaps enough control that they would let us cower behind Denvar's walls. For at that point, would not their campaign have been won? I understand your fear of the dragons, and I understand your fear of open field combat. But I think that that is something we will not expect. I think the right thing to do is to gather all your cavalry and ride out hard and strong in the days before they launch the attack. Catch them as they prepare. Do not give them a chance to seize the initiative of war. Take it from them. When she says that, Captain Lars Over says, with all respect, ma'am, your warriors might consider themselves the equivalent of 10 enemy men. But I have a more practical and realistic approach. Catching them unaware? Hardly. These are a people who live for war, based on all accounts. They would gladly open their arms to your cavalry, and as your brave giants rode their mighty beasts into battle, singing the war songs of your ancestors, that would be the last we ever heard of them. Mark my words. And then Sheila sits up very straight in her chair, because Goliath do not like being challenged, but they also love being challenged. And she looks at them and she says, there are still days before the hand arrives. Perhaps my warriors could teach your tiny soldiers a thing or two about battle. And then this dude, who doesn't know how he feels about Big Lady, calling him a weakling in front of everybody and his meta weakling, he stands up from his chair and he sticks his finger out at her and he says, perhaps we will make time for such training. And then she stands up as well and her chair flies back with a loud thud and she says, I welcome the violence. Let us see whose men are stronger and whose plan stands stronger still. And at that point, Celeria raises one of her eyebrow antennas and looks at all of you like, I kind of wish Guy was here.
Now kiss. Orion would speak up and say, Lady Krull has an interesting idea. Eliminating the Red Hand's elite commanders is useful, but getting to them would be extremely difficult. They have proven to be evasive. Regirix is a high spellcaster who's capable of teleportation. Sarvith at one point was a highly trained ranger who was able to stealth and move about almost unseen. I'm not sure about, you already said that Olwe has been dealt with, but we have no information whatsoever on this Karn, or I think even the leader of the Red Hand, the High Priest of Blood. We unfortunately don't have any idea of what their movements are.
There is one way we could find out. There is someone amongst them that has shown to be of their own alignment and be willing to trade information as long as it benefits them.
Lord Jarmath looks at Captain Ulverth and Sparrowheart as if to say, you guys could bone later. And then he kind of looks over at you and he says, you have a person on the inside? A spy?
I look
double
cautiously at
agent?
her. The one that they'd call Bloodlord Regirix, the Flesh Molder. She is a
When you
fae.
say that, there is an audible groan, a sucking of teeth, and a general murmur of disgust when you say that.
Truly the vilest of monsters, but her nature makes her fairly unaligned to the Red Hand. She operates more as an advisor or as someone on contract working for them. And when operating under her own motivations, seems to trade information freely. And as a result of her information, we were able to strike an alliance with the dwarves and make it here in time to aid you in this battle.
Yeah, they all look like you just shit in their mouths.
Yeah, it's not pleasant.
Emerstall the Red says, the issue here is not the unorthodox nature of our enemy. It is not their dragons. It's not even their abundance of magic, which far outstrips our own. I have a few students that could lend their magical aid, but this Elsir Vale has never placed much emphasis, much importance on the study of arcane magic. Most who wish to study such things left for the Sapphire Seas, study amongst the elves. He looks at Queen Celeria Starsinger and says, "The other elves," and she nods at him, and he says, "I have the magic capable of taking a small group of people to a location that I have scried. Here is my concern. This enemy has impressed me not with their magic, not with their monsters, but with their dedication to war and their flexibility. They have all of the same things that we do, and more. Who is to say that the wizards amongst them aren't capable of the same feats that I would be performing? If we send small teams in after their leaders, it's not like they will take that lying down. They will adapt. They will change their strategies. Currently, they march as an army does. But surely you have seen through your own encounters with them that they are capable of changing their strategies at a moment's notice, adapting to the situation, and calling upon their vast resources when necessary. This area where we meet, yes, it is shielded from scrying, but I have felt their eyes upon me in the weeks that have passed. I know that they have been gathering information, scrying upon each and every person here to gain more information. They are not mindless brutes. They are not invading savages. They are an intelligent and dedicated military force using every advantage and opportunity that presents itself. I worry that an attack against their leadership before the tumult of battle provides a shielding chaos for the effort would simply result in a countermeasure in kind. Also, their military structure is religious, but also cultural. We speak of cutting off the serpent's head. But what of that? We are not hobgoblins. We have not dedicated our whole lives to war. But if something happened to Lord Jarmath, would that be the end of our defense efforts? No. Tredora would step forward. And if something happened to her, Captain Lars over to step forward, and so on and so forth. And we are not an organized military force. We are allies with a common goal, survival. But they have dedicated their entire life, their entire culture to these efforts. To think that you can stop them by cutting off the serpent's head? These are not serpents. They are hydras. And he looks around and he says, "I'm really sorry because I feel like I'm being a downer. I don't want to be a downer here, but..."
No, I think you highlight a very good point, though, with that, is that hydras have weaknesses, and this enemy has a weakness. The war is just a means to an end. Their goal is to destroy our land and give it to their Dark Lord, who drinks of life. They now, as we speak, are certainly preparing a ritual to bring him into our realm. And if we can stop this, then we truly stand a chance of saving our land.
Okay. When you say that, he seems intrigued, and he says, "I know that we are speaking of battle plans, but I feel that this is information that should have been shared before. What do you know of their motivations? This Dark Lord is the one that's destroyed your people, right, Jar?"
Destroyed. Drained. Yes.
How did your people beat this creature before?
I was not a part of that assault. I was a shock troop. not aligned when my city was destroyed was a beautiful oasis. My people aligned themselves with a powerful ally. I thought I was the only one. But the only way that my people and I have survived the Red Hand, well, it is to have no blood at all. No life for them to drain.
I would love to know how this feat was achieved so long ago. Was it a ritual to banish or bind the god? If it even was a god. Or did they just simply destroy its mortal form through some great sacrifice or weapon?
I know not, but my patron would know.
Is your
But-
patron still
Here, are they available to share this information?
Well, I have felt its power grow, and as has my own. I know not where it is, only that it is alive again.
Do
And
you
it's
feel that the location of your master could provide us the information we need to deal with this? What did you refer to this entity as?
Sanguine King.
Sanguine King.
When Ragiar hears the word kind of master about it, he like rolls his shoulder as though that was uncomfortable.
Well, I
Uh,
mean, you know how wizards feel about warlocks.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
Um,
They're not gonna miss an opportunity to throw that one out there. So,
Ragiar would take his like the Ravager,
uh-huh.
and he would stand up with it, kind of using both of his hands to get the full strength that he can. And he would begin to unbuckle his chest piece. And one piece by piece, it would kind of fall away to reveal his crystalline ribcage
Mm.
and emaciated skin. And he would take a claw and he would cut into it and try to kind of reach in there and take a hand near his heart, which appears to be a giant, well, a big glowing purple crystal. And as he does, he would speak, but he's doing this whole thing as though it's not causing him any pain. He probably does. But the exchange that I made for his power, and the exchange your people will need to make as well, may not be one that you're willing to make with your morals. What is the blood in your body worth?
He looks at you, grim-faced, and he nods, and he says, "An apt demonstration. Your point is well made."
And Ragiar will attempt to try to channel his, or at least feel the patron's presence. If it's closer or farther, if they're gonna bring him up, may as well try.
Yeah. Okay, so as you sort of kind of reach out for your patron, for that essentially initial source of power, and in a way sort of like hereditary genetic knowledge that would sort of be passed through that connection of, you know, developing those powers and whatnot, you sense that they are dormant, and that they are not close, not like, you know, within even a day's journey, but you know that they are resting and saving their energy and power.
Ragiar will sigh, which more comes out as a hack. Would it benefit your counsel if I went and awoken my dormant patron I know he is resting for this battle, but I know not if it is this one, or if it will be after you have all died.
Everyone
If-
looks very concerned, and then Alandri, seeing that everyone is concerned, says, Ragiar of the South, you presume much. These folk do not know the nature of your patron, and superstition may have some worried that you broker power through a demon or devil. Let me explain on your behalf to those who are present what the situation has. My understanding is that your people in ancient times, not so long ago, I suppose, she kind of smiles, lived in harmony with your draconic betters, and judging from your stone, despite its rare purple coloration, you are of the topaz caste. This must be a topaz dragon. We speak of fighting fire with fire, but truly having a dragon to use against their dragon,
Especially one as ancient as Rajar's patron,
could be quite useful to us.
You are mistaken to a point. While it is true that we were once topaz, and I was as well, you will not find a gleaming sun in the sky made of crystal. My great worm was slain by the Red Hand. The only thing that could survive them was a Dracolich.
So, not everybody trained in Arcana, but everybody hears Draco and Lich, and they immediately put the two words together and say, that's probably not good, is sort of the general consensus around the table. And she says, even better. Dracolich is like a bit of a power-up.
It is. If we need its strength and to be awoken, I can do what I can. This crystal piece is not my own organ, but part of its body.
She looks excited when you say that. She says, well, that will make things much easier. Emerstal, this seems like a much better use of our time and magic than sending kill teams in to deal with insignificant generals who will easily be replaced. This could be something that turns the tide of the entire battle.
Rajar would hobble with the Ravager and begin to make his way over to them. Kind of having the chest piece out.
Okay. Everyone looks at Rajar like, that's not what we do here. You sit in your chair, we talk across the table. Everyone's looking around real, like, confused.
With the authority of a grandpa that doesn't understand.
Yeah. Table manners.
As you approach, Alandri says, oh, I like him so much. Old one, you did not need to come here. We could have spoke across the table, but it is nice to see those luminous eyes up close. And your determination is dangerous. It's the kind of thing Emerstal is always watchful and wary of. His creed is power is corruption. A strange creed for such a powerful man.
There is a small smile. The Red Hand will change you.
I don't think it will change me, but I understand your meaning.
Went to Emberstall.
Yeah. she says, I think you're onto something, and I think it's something that we should explore, but, and I don't mean to embarrass you, we can't really explore it right now because we have a lot more meeting to do. Sir Tyrion says, he looks at you and he says, listen, Ancient One, you may have my chair. I would not want you to exert yourself too much to return.
You, if it is easier, can just sit on my lap.
Everyone's kind of chuckles. Sir Tyrion looks a little put out, but also understands that you are from a different culture, a different time, and he will go and take your spot over here by Jared.
Rager would look over to Elendry and say, if this is the course you wish to take, I will waste no more time here in these chambers. Years far.
She says, nothing is too far for Emerstal. Sit, please. We would hear more of your counsel and wisdom. You are a window to an age lost in the sands of time.
He sits down and there's a bit of a squelch from an undetermined liquid that is spilling out of his ribcage into the seat.
Helen Shadowbank scoots over a little bit. There we go.
Perfect.
Alright. Lord Jarmouth says, an interesting turn of events, to be sure. Does anyone else here have suggestions for how to engage the oncoming army?
How much preparations have been done? Have your walls been inspected? Your towers prepared with the ballista?
War machines are in good shape and being maintained. Additional ammunition is being gathered and created with each passing day. Our arms and armaments are being maintained, and we are continuing to create more arrowheads, more armor, more shields, and more weapons for those who have come and volunteered to aid the cause. We have a decent amount of food, though I have been informed that since this will not be a traditional siege, that is of little use or concern. A contingency has been set that if we were to lose the city, we would burn all of our stores and rations and supplies, lest they fall into the hands of the enemy.
I've got one big question for you, Chief. I'm looking at this northeastern corner of the wall. I'm seeing a partition between the wall and the river. Is there a hill there? Is there a reason that the wall stopped before it touched the river?
Yes, the ground there became unstable and the wall collapsed a few years ago.
That seems
It is a wet, marshy area now, riddled with the stones of the wall that collapsed and sunk into the mud. This is Fantasy Florida, after all.
Of course.
Sinkholes are a thing.
Well, we have seen this enemy in many a marsh and swampland, so I think that is a weakness that they will exploit. Prepare that area with traps and additional troops.
As you say that, Queen Celeria Starsinger says, that is not a concern. The Nujak are on their way here even now, and will be protecting the riverways and all areas connected to it.
Thumbs up. I look forward to seeing Gomet come down that river. That's going to be quite the sight.
Alright, Lord Jarmath says, does anyone else have any ideas about how to engage with the enemy? Arguments for or against an attack in the field, an infiltration against their leadership, or defending the city within its walls. That does seem to be the three courses of action that have been proposed. Is that correct? And then Tredora clears her throat, and he looks at her, and he says, abandoning the city is not an option that we will explore.
Agreed. Do we have insight on when the dwarves will arrive, and by what means? They are traveling in the roads of the Underdark, I think?
Yes. Ash's Snowgift and Aragorn would inform you that they will be using ancient dwarven tunnels to arrive.
So they'll like pop up in the city, outside of the city.
Okay, so the dwarves would kind of like look at each other and then look at you guys and be like, they'll be here.
Hey. Okay.
Okay. They're not going to tell you all the secret pathways of the dwarves, okay? Like, they don't know all these fucking people.
A magician never shares their tricks. Yeah, I get it.
For 500 years, they have been very xenophobic and very closed off for the world. And now you got this big multicultural summit, and you want them to just start spreading all this dwarven secrets and stuff? That ain't gonna happen. So.
I guess where I was going with that though is if we can expect them to arrive over the horizon and come to the city, it makes sense for us to stand in defense of the city on its gates and hold off as long as possible for them to arrive, so that we can then hopefully pincer the Red Hand against the walls of Brindol.
That's true. And the New Jack aren't going to arrive for another like 2 days.
Which would still presumably before the Red Hand though.
Correct.
Any sight of the Furbolgs? Where are they at?
So when you ask about the Furbolgs, Celeria informs you that the Furbolgs are roaming the lands, using the Witchwood as sort of a base of operation. They are scouting, spying, and doing their best to keep tabs on the movement of the enemy and sabotage when possible their efforts, their supply lines, and their progress. They are being aided by a mighty ogre Beastheart and his owlbear.
I was just about to ask. That's awesome.
I have to ask, since we parted ways, has there been any other Red Hand troops that you guys have encountered that are different?
Okay. Yeah, when you say that, Captain Lars Olverth, looking down at his expertly painted miniatures, says, I thought you'd never ask. And so he's going to walk you through all of the troops that they know about. You guys can tell me pass or skip if you don't need to hear about a particular type of unit. Does that work?
Well, I guess this question was more from Orion to the rest of the claws, as if there's been anything they have encountered since they have parted ways.
Okay,
but I guess the captain can also chime in, because I feel like
he puts his monster manual away. Okay.
Because from what Orion has been with for the group, he's probably informed this council of everything that he's encountered, but he's not sure if there's been anything new since he's last been with the claws.
Okay. They're only crying a little bit.
I mean, all we've encountered was the Bone Drinkers, and we kind of dealt with that. We met monks. We met the monks.
Yeah, shadow monks.
Okay. Then, with no other battle plans suggested, I'm gonna throw up a poll, and you guys do not have to vote, but I'll put no vote as one of the options. Okay. So battle plans. Engage in the field. Element of surprise. Alright, so I'll just need everybody to vote. If anybody feels that they have a sense of what Layla would vote for, I mean, toss out your opinions based on what you know of Layla. I almost wonder if Layla, even though she grew up in Brindol, I almost wonder if she would agree that a city is just a pile of stones. The people are what matters. I don't know though. She's hard to predict sometimes.
Is there stick hand in enemy leader mouth option?
I think that would be assassinate leaders. Yep.
All right.
All right. If we could get 2 more votes. You may notice some parallels between this and the meeting that you had in Drellin's Ferry. It's almost like they're kind of bringing it all back here, refocusing everything, and hopefully you learn from the first meeting that what you guys decide and say and do here has a tremendously huge impact on how everything else plays out. Hashtag no pressure.
I don't know if the NPCs are going to have their own vote as well, but Jert's going to say something when it gets brought up. I want to remind everyone of what Barnabas said before we began these conversations, or at the beginning of them. Even if you fled to Denver, you are incorrect in assuming that the campaign ends with Brindol. They seek to bring the Sanguine King, and if he arrives, there is no place you will be safe.
And this is the key information that we critically lack. I don't know if there is a book in this city that contains the knowledge that we seek.
My patron may know.
Okay. I'm gonna close this out then. Okay. Oh, that's right, because he's AFK, so my bad. Alright, so we'll close this out. And then that brings us to city defense. So Lord Jarma says, it seems that the decision has been made that we should try to hold the city. So I will ask everyone here what sort of defenses they have in mind. I will start. I think that all of the clerics, both of the Raven Queen and of Baelor, and those of the lesser temples throughout the city, should all be sequestered in the Cathedral of Baelor. It will serve as our medical tent and the heart of our army's recovery and well, I just think that we would be wise to keep such magic out of the enemy's hands for as long as possible. And when he says this, Tredora lowers her eyebrows, and kind of like her eyes narrow, and she says, and I suppose I, as the High Priestess, am included in this group? And he looks at her and he says, well, yes, you would be in charge of all of the clerics and priests and keep them organized. And she says, and out of the way, and out of harm's way. If we are going to stay and fight, our magical resources, as limited as they are, should be evenly distributed throughout the city. To sequester all of our healing magic and defensive spells under one roof, I don't agree with that at all.
I agree with her wisdom. It would be unwise to place all of our eggs in the proverbial basket. The Red Hand would certainly capitalize on this and seek to destroy them.
And Lady Call says, and also I paid good money for these mercenaries, and I don't want them dying unnecessarily if some cleric could have saved their life. We're not gonna walk all the way to the top of the city, Jarmath, to get healing. We're gonna be fighting. You yourself said we'll be down at the walls. I know that you care for this woman, but this seems like a very roundabout way to try to remove her, a woman easily 6 times your age from the battlefield. I think she can make her own decisions, don't you, Jarmath? And everybody looks at Jarmath like, oh damn, boy. Oh damn.
It would provide tempting bait if the Red Hand knew that was a possible target. But it's too risky of a plan to concentrate all of our recovery resources in one area. Or if that does fall, then we are truly lost.
We could place a contingent there, like a good lump of them, as a backup.
Celeria says, my people have trained healers among them. We could provide the battlefield healing, flying from contingent to contingent, checking in, fixing injuries, that sort of thing. This would take the offensive capabilities of my druids out of the equation. They would be focused more on support and defense. But we're willing to adapt to whatever the defenders of the city think is best. And then Shredora Goldenbrow says, our clerics are capable of offensive magic. And when she says that, you hear Immerstal the Red chuckle a little bit. And then she kind of blows out her cheeks in a raspberry. She says, it's true! And he says, oh yes, Flame Strike. Powerful magic. And she raises an eyebrow, like, I'll take you out of this world. And he says, I have, as I mentioned,
Some students, a few of them, have mastered the third circle of magic. We can provide a limited amount of support. And
he looks at Elandri sadly, and she looks at him sadly. We will be opening up our treasury in the defense of the city. So I will be providing my students with scrolls and wands that will expand their repertoire and volume of spells that hopefully will carry them through each day of the battle. He just looks so sad. So sad. And Lord Jarma says, and that is something you will be amply reimbursed for once the battle is over. And Elandri says, I don't think that that's wise. You'll need the money to rebuild, and it's going to be a small fortune. We'll just have to make the sacrifice. So then Dira Sparrowheart says, well, I think it's pretty obvious. You need to have the healers down with the fighters. The enemy has healers. We need healers as well. And Captain Lars Orworth looks at her, and you can see that he's deeply in love with her, and he says, well, for once, we agree on something. And then she stares back at him, and then he stares at her, and it's like, it's a lot of tension. So Rana Anita says, my men have faced these villains in battle. Had we the support of clerics, perhaps more would be alive today. I don't think they should be sequestered away. I think all need to stand and fight. That in this battle, we cannot hold back anything.
We have seen firsthand that the Red Hand clerics fight side by side with their soldiers. It is what makes their army so fearsome. It's the way that their army fights as one.
So then Jarmath says, well, it sounds like everyone is in agreement then, that the clerics should be out and about,
evenly spread through the city, perhaps supplemented by the efforts of the eagle-riding druids of the Tirikator.
About the city's defenses, as I mentioned earlier, My intention is to pile up forces at each of the 4 entry points of the city. And he points to the map down here, and he pulls out his little marker, and you hear a loud squeaking sound, and he says, "This is the north gate by the market ward. This area right here, well, I say we just abandon it. No sense in trying to hold such a small part of the city, separated as it is from the rest by the river. But we should hold the bridge." And he looks at all of you and he says, "Or should we destroy it?"
What is that large, or not large, but what is that area to the north of the river?
This area to the north of the river?
Yes.
This is, what's the best way to put it? I don't want to call it Pirate Town. It's where the river folk operate out of.
The buildings there, how are they constructed?
Most of them are constructed of wood, not the beautiful stones of our main city.
Mm.
You get the sense mechanically that you see all this farmland on this map down here. It's just farmland everywhere. You get the sense that you don't see it on the map, but obviously there's little farmsteads and communities and stuff like that. This is almost like little Brindle. Yeah, like this is where the people who can't afford to live in the city would have sort of like set up to kind of be close enough to the city that they feel represented and sort of a part of it. But they have no fortifications, no protections, or anything like that.
Has that place been fully evacuated at this time?
At this time, yeah, for sure.
Yes,
They've moved all of the like river activity over to the formal sort of harbor and docks side of the city.
The bridge should be prepared to be destroyed, but not before the battle begins. We should allow the enemies to bolster their forces over there and prepare to take the bridge and then pull it out from under them. So that's the way they would need to reorganize their forces and get back across the river to join their other infantries.
As you say that, Nora Wiston says, you haven't heard from him in a while, "Are we sure that they're going to take the bait a second time? By now, they have to know that you're involved. A bridge like that, perhaps they won't trust it after what happened at Skull Gorge Bridge."
Perhaps.
But I suppose the uncertainty of it would make it an asset for us. And you guys get the sense that Noro never really studied the art of war and is just trying his best, but this is all like a lot for him. But it is noteworthy that he decided to stick around, and you do not see representation from the leadership of any of the other communities that were evacuated or fled from the Red Hand.
I think it's
So-
as the humans say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I don't think they'll take the bait the second time, but they will be hesitant of taking that access point.
Well, Jarmoth says, well, their fear that you will destroy the bridge is perhaps even better than you destroying the bridge. I would wonder then if we need to waste the resources to rig the bridge to explode.
Perhaps we could just diminish the bridge in such a way that would hinder their crossing if they did attempt it.
It was mentioned that they used a way to cross over from the old road in over the lake and into the Black Fens, and also having to cross through Drellin's Ferry. Have we gotten an idea of if there's been sightings of any ferries coming down the river next to the trade road? I know that we'll be having the lizard folk patrolling the waters.
They do not seem to favor combat upon the river, but the towns that did not burn their ships have had those ships taken. Our understanding was that in order to cross into the marshlands, they just created barges and rafts from whatever they could find on hand.
Remind us, what way does the river flow?
The river flows east to west. Wait, no, hold on. Let me check.
It looks right from the mountains. It would come
Yeah.
down.
It comes down from it comes down from the Giant Shield Mountains and continues towards the west deep.
We have that going for us.
Okay. He says, as Celeria has pointed out, there will be New Jack lizard folk all along the riverfront and in the waters itself, as well as lizard folk posted here at the crumbling ruins of the northeast wall. Now, we know that they approach from the west, and so the western gate needs to be the most fortified, in my opinion, followed by the southern gate. We would still need troops along the eastern gate, but perhaps not as many.
We will have an idea if they disperse an army around the city. It'll be hard for them to sneak up on us. Should we consider having smaller regiments of troops within the city in case they find a way to take us from below and infiltrate? Are there sewers in the underneath the city that they could exploit?
The city does not have a complex sewer network, but it does have a rudimentary one that allows the drainage of garbage and filth from the upper tiers of the terrace to go down to the river. You cannot see well on this map, but let me show you. And then he draws and he says, this here, this sort of pork chop looking piece, this is the highest part of the terrace. Then everything else is sort of on a series of grades that wind their way up. And then he just sort of kind of tries to draw for you. There's sort of like a grade here, you know, like a tiered cake. Yeah. So essentially, the city gets taller and taller until it gets to this top part right here. So the city does have, or the hill, the terraced hill that it's built on, does have sort of a sewer system or access tunnels and things like that. But it's not like overly developed.
It'd probably be hard to squeeze an army through them.
Yes, like troops could certainly be moved through it.
But that's more likely where you would run into like skirmishing bands.
Right.
Probably goblins, bugbears, whatever those Barghest are, like things like that. They might be sent.
Specialized troops.
Yes. SWAT teams, as it were. They might be sent through the tunnels. Now, that being said, the tunnels are served for waste disposal, and they dump out into the river, because, you know, sanitary. So there are access points here that could be used to basically travel anywhere you want in the city. And they do inform you that they have not been doing their due diligence of hiring adventurers to remove monsters from this, we'll call it, aqueduct system. So everyone knows, living in fantasy world, that if you have a sewer or aqueduct system, you must constantly hire adventurers to clear out the monsters, or they will turn it into a dungeon. That's just how nature works.
Reminisce
at least
about
the
our
red
first adventure.
Yeah, at least they'll meet resistance, if even not from the soldiers of Brindol. but maybe there are places where that lets out into the city where grates could be attached.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you want them to definitely fortify the entrances, even though you'll have New Jack here. You want them to fortify the entrances so that you can't get in easily?
I mean, like, I love the New Jack, but those are the smallest fry of our defense plan.
Damn. Okay.
I'm certainly not banking everything on them.
All right. Well, I will add that to your list of defensive strategies.
That's like the fast travel right into the city, anywhere you want to go, like pop
So
right up.
do you want to, regarding these, we'll call it the aqueducts, regarding the aqueducts, do you want to collapse the entrances, or do you just want to lock them up?
Oh, definitely just lock them up. Like that's that'd be a disaster situation, because like, you know, that's how plague spreads in a siege, if you lock up the waste disposal.
All right, lock up the exit ports. Got it. Okay.
Okay, I'm finally back.
All right.
Oh,
So how do you guys? He's pretty much walked you guys through everything. He informs you that your only aerial support are the owls, and without trying to hurt her feelings too much, he does describe the owls as being precariously delicate creatures.
Well, we will have Griffin Riders coming at some point.
Okay. That 1-2 punch of the owls being called precariously delicate, and then you saying, "Don't worry, dwarves are providing a better solution." Celeria will remember this. I'll just put that out there. But she does say, she says, "My owls are not meant for direct combat. They are meant to move quickly and swiftly from place to place. So yes, perhaps they are a bit delicate compared to griffins."
I meant no disrespect. They will serve their own vital function in this battle.
And we don't know when these griffins will be arriving, do we?
I'd rather have owls that we have now than griffins that we maybe don't have.
All right. So, regarding my owls and owl riders, what is the best way that we can support these efforts? Take it away, guys. Everyone just turns and looks at you guys.
I mean, the mobility of the owls is key, and like being able to, like you said, support teams, fill in spaces wherever we might need to rebalance forces, and also provide healing. So that's anyone else?
well, since I wasn't here for the whole healer conversation, I think having them out and about on the battlefield with the fighters is a terrible idea.
Oh.
Because that would just make them a priority should they begin fighting.
Oh shit. That's actually a really good point. That's a really good point, because they have demonstrated to you guys in combat that as soon as one of you reveals themselves to be a healer, they do get targeted, because they know how the 5e healing yo-yo works, and they don't want no yo-yos.
Okay, but
So
I definitely don't want to.
What's
I'm
the
all
alternative?
for
Just
having
let
them
fighters
in
die out there?
Wait,
I know, no, I'm just pointing out that he's making a good argument for, like, they will be in danger.
Mhm.
And then everyone agrees that yes, they will be in danger, but our other troops will be in danger as well if they don't have the healers.
and for every dead healer we have on the battlefield, that's one less we have within the walls to help provide healing and support.
Yeah, but what good do they do if we can't get the wounded to them? And also,
if they breach the walls and all of our fighters are dead and all we have are healers and the civilians, we lose anyway. Like,
right, and also in the off chance that they get in the city, like, what if they accidentally stumble on our entire building of healers and then just murk all of them at once?
Well, they didn't. Jarmouth hasn't picked a very subtle building to put your healers in either. Like,
Yeah,
it's
he
literally
chose a
a build.
church.
It's so big that you could see it from outer space, right? Like, it's a huge structure. And he wants that to sort of be the base camp of like healing and regrouping and stuff like that.
Yeah, like
And-
Ryan pointed out, it'd be good for bait, but then if that falls, then we're fucked.
Yeah, we could reach a middle ground where we do take 25% of them and put them somewhere not in a church for backup. For inevitably, like you said, I think you make a really good point. We are going to lose healers at a faster rate than most people probably, so being able to rebolster in the later waves will become important.
put the healers on griffins, fly by healing.
It's worth,
that will
it's
leave them
worth-
open to wyvern attacks and
That's
whatever a break
Wyvern
gas
versus
brings.
entire ground forces. Like they have less flyers than they do ground forces, and then they're
But
faster.
then you'll be prioritizing the.
It's about
They-
putting them
they're
everywhere.
doing that either way.
It's about just put them everywhere. Put them.
It is worth mentioning, Aragorn, your argument about why, it's bad to put the clerics out in the field. Lord Jarmath does look at you kind of like gratefully, like, I guess I couldn't explain it as well. Thank you, bro. Like, it's not just to keep my girlfriend safe, kind of deal.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Something to also point out: do we have the exact numbers of how many healers and clerics we have within the city?
Okay. Without getting too Warhammer 40k on everybody, there are. This is a large city. In total, there are about 50 divine spellcasters of various levels. That is
50?
that is across all of the religions represented here.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
That does not include the elves, who the elves have probably for this they can provide. They could probably provide 20 druids of various levels.
well, since we have 50, we can't afford to stretch those 50 out.
Why
Just
not?
if one goes down, that's a major blow to our sustainability.
Oh, they're gonna die, so we need to prepare for that, and we need to spread them out appropriately.
They
I
can
mean-
die less within.
You're doing better on clerics than you are wizards. Emerson has 4 students that are capable of being fielded for this battle.
I think that we should sequester maybe 10 or 15 of them to the inner sanctum, and then the rest of them should be spread out amongst the fronts.
Yeah, there's no chance for putting anybody on the front line without some kind of healing backup in some way.
That's why we have the
we-
elves and the druids.
But we need them to be on offense as well because they make up the majority of our magic.
What
doesn't
about
matter if
using
we
it
can't-
at bait?
If we can't hold the walls, it doesn't matter. We need to be able
We're
to
not
hold
going to hold the walls, period.
We,
I mean, I
we
He's
disagree
all
with that statement
assuming that the
entirely.
wall's going to stay there and we're just going to play tower defense the whole time.
I'm
Chances
That's
worried.
are-
out there in the
not
front, yeah,
yet.
because then if we're out in the front, the moment we die, the campaign's over anyway. So yeah, the wall has to hold.
Yeah,
That's it.
And the whole idea is we're waiting for the dwarves. We have to hold out each wall as long as we can until the dwarves arrive and we can pincer the army. But
All right,
if,
so
It's just,
the
waiting.
argument about the wall is very strong because you guys know that they have giants, and you know from experience that the giants in this campaign count as siege monsters, as does a Bithriax and whatever he does.
Yeah, I think
as
we
do elementals that they may or may not summon with their wizards, and yeah.
I think a Bithriax should be our as player characters number 1 priority, and then giants
Absolutely.
after that.
yeah,
Because dude can fucking Paragon action his little fireballs. That's like, there's no wall that's gonna survive that.
they don't
Well,
really
see,
do that much damage. It's a lot,
So
but
that's
it's not.
why we kill him
That-
first.
It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. Let's be real here.
It is, but like it's not unmanageable. We can deal. We
It's
can kill him.
not manageable.
If we're
I-
fighting him and he has to target us with some of them, I think we can handle it.
All right, without getting too meta, all right, these guys are fielding Brindol soldiers. Here they are. There's a Brindol soldier. They march one out for you to look at. They are minions, so they will go down pretty quick. Now they're all led by these knights, and you did see some knights in action, and the knights didn't last too long against the Bithriax. Again, you guys have gotten strong, blood of heroes, right? The rest of the world is still as it was. Like,
Hence my hesitation. Sending
Yeah.
clerics out. It'd be a waste of time.
so Brindle soldier going up against Orc warrior. Okay. Brindle soldier going up against bandit. Yeah, sure. Brindle soldier going up against hobgoblin soldier. Okay, sure. Yeah, they could probably manage that. The problem is they have more than just traditional soldiers, and that's where things start to get complicated. But
So
yeah,
the short version is we basically are the only ones that can do anything against this force.
you're the
have-
only ones that can do things against the non-traditional shit. You
Right.
are Brindles of Bithriax. You are Brindles bloodlords, essentially.
Yeah, we have to be fielded against high priority targets that the Red Hand will be fielding against us.
Right, and we
Yeah.
need to trust the Knights of Brindle and all the other gathered forces to handle the walls while we take out the big targets.
Yeah,
Our
mooks
only
have to
goal is to
handle
survive as
mooks.
long as we can until the dwarves get here, and the longer we can survive, the better. And to increase our survivability, giving minions a little bit of healing automatically does so. So that's
Oh.
why we should send some with them. That's what I think.
Yeah, no. This is it. And like everything we're doing right now is just straight out of the Raw Adventure. This whole session, this whole scene, all this is straight out of the Raw Adventure. And the arguments that are made by Jarmath for why he wants them all sequestered away is that he is still viewing things like it is a traditional siege, right? So as you're holding the wall and holding your defenses, people get injured, sure. They get taken from the front lines to receive the healing and care that they need, and then hopefully they recover in time to join in the battle again, right? But it keeps the healing centralized, and it keeps it from getting targeted, because the Red Hand knows like to look for healers and casters and take them out first, and they always prioritize that.
We still don't know when the dwarves are coming. You guys keep saying we have the dwarves. It could take literally 3 or 4 days before they get here. And if we keep losing healers during those times, what then?
I mean, what's to stop any of their flying forces from just bombing the single building we put them in?
Oh, and that is an argument against putting them all in one place. So
Well,
you could,
truth be
like,
told,
The walls
yeah.
of the just goes to the church and everybody dies
Truth
anyway.
be told, well, that's what I was getting to next. We can use that as bait, because we have no way to draw him out. He decides where he wants to be at. We can't outmaneuver him, so the best thing we do is give him a bigger target. And honestly, the healers will probably just be that one. It's the most obvious one they could target if we centralize it all.
That's what I was suggesting earlier.
As you guys are having this conversation, Lord Jarmath goes from, man, they think my idea is cool, to realizing that his idea is cool in a way he didn't want it to be, which is, oh god, I was suggesting putting my lady love out of harm's way, but I would actually be making her the bait for like an incredibly dangerous gambit. And he kind of goes pale, like listening to your guys' words.
Oh damn, I do love a
as
gambit.
As I mentioned earlier, it would be a good bait, but if it is used as a bait and switch, so is there a middle ground where we can, instead of having a full hospital of all of our clerics and healers in one area, but triage centers spaced out, whereas then we also have a decoy that acts as that hospital, and that's where we can possibly draw out, say, a Bithriax.
Okay. I like that plan.
You can tear them out in waves behind the walls here.
Yeah, instead of having them with the units, we create, little safe havens near the gates. I like that.
It'd be a middle ground between, having the big hospital and having them completely spread out with every group.
I like your idea, but since we're all like talking, you may want to be careful that anything that is overt or able to be seen within the city is likely something that will be scryed on.
Oh yeah.
Or something that will be known because we have spies in our, like in War Singers in Brindol. So making a decoy is a good idea, but it might be harder to do in practice.
It'd have to be damn convincing.
Just make it an actual hospital, but staff it low. That way, if we fail, only if like minimal amounts of them die. We just can't put them all in one spot. That's a terrible idea.
Right.
Well, I mean, if we put them within the center of the city, surrounded by multiple buildings,
nothing is out of reach of a Bithriax. He can just show up and blow whatever he wants up.
But the point is, we want to deal with him.
Raises a finger and says, I think that you're onto something. What if, yes, the cathedral is made our heart, where everyone is retreating to, where orders are being given from, not the keep, but the church. They're religious zealots. they would expect us to cling to our religious values as well. But rather than have all of the clerics there, we dress soldiers in the garbs of the clerics. And we put the clerics in the garb of the soldiers. And we feed them out into the field. I have never understood. Now just hold on a second. Emerstall, why do you dress like that? And he's like, because I'm a wizard. She says, right. But do you need to? Do you have some kind of vow that says, I have to wear this bathrobe everywhere I go? And he says, well, no, it's just, it looks, I mean, that's, she says, exactly. If I was a wizard, I certainly wouldn't want to advertise it to everyone. I want to keep my weapons, my cards, close to the chest.
Eric looks
I
at
like
his
this
half
lady.
plate.
It is something that we have seen previously. Their spellcasters are adequately defended. Their priests have armor. Even some of their spellcasters have some form of armor, not just magical protections.
Actually, these hobgoblins, all of them have at least medium armor proficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she says it's very simple. We have the people that can take the hits, or let's be honest, the expendables, mixed in with the clerics. Now it looks like a cleric convention, right? And yeah, if things go badly, I'm sorry, Goldenbrow, we lose half the clerics perhaps, but still the other half are out in the field.
I'm okay with that.
I'm very into this plan. I like this lady.
Emerstall, are you able to bring me back to the city through your teleportation?
Immersal says, well, assuming we can find your master, and they are accessible to my magics. You can see him taking mental stock of his spell slots, and he says, it would be risky, but I could take you there and back in a single day.
If we did that, we could harbor my master within the cathedral. When Bithriac shows up, he would not expect it.
There's another thing I want to bring up, since we're talking about prioritized targets and whatnot. I take it everyone in this meeting is an important individual, correct? More or less?
I mean, Lady Verasa Call scoffs and Mean Girl laughs at your idiot comments. And she says, well, some of us are.
Regardless, just as how Eormil suggested that we go and assassinate the leader of the Red Hands, nothing says that they won't try to do the same with us, so we should have escorts and some form of protection surrounding those deemed important.
Dira Sparrowheart slams her fist on the table, making a slight dent in it, which is, it's a very expensive table. And she says, assassins? Huh, I invite them to try.
Then that's your death sentence.
She says, there is no assassin that could pierce my stony hide or get past my battle prowess. Though I understand if some of you are fearful of such things, you need only let me know, and I will assign to you a personal bodyguard from my greatest warriors.
Miss Sparrowheart, I have fought alongside your Goliaths, and they are mighty. But the Red Hand does have those that are specialized in subterfuge. Their war singers don't have to target your body, which is strong as the mountain. They will target your mind.
Yeah. Yormil says, and there are other ways that you could be taken out. We speak of Elsir Cross infiltrating the staff. For all I know, for all we know, those delicious bagels we ate on the break, they could have been poisoned. Any
And-
minute now, we can start falling over dead.
I feel
And
like
if-
Ray just chimes in. It's like, no, they weren't.
And if we're talking about
toxic
people-
intuition, nah.
If we're talking about people being compromised, remember that the Dwarven King was compromised with his body used as a meat suit for these brain eaters or creatures of the sorts. Same could happen to anyone here. And I want to make sure it doesn't.
Well, when you say that, Brother Darney says, this is wisdom.
What can we do before this meeting adjourns to be assured that every person here
Is who they claim to be.
We have
I
enough
understand that we must let the Elsir Cross complications play themselves out, but surely here, in this room, at the top, all would be willing to undergo some magical
testament?
We
And I
found
imagine
Yeah,
there's a bunch of toots that start playing in the background as little Tony makes himself known.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Because Raijin would have been here. I can't believe he didn't get a seat at the table. I'm so sorry, Raijin. There's so many NPCs. Oh, buddy.
Oh, God.
A little Tony, he's been behaving himself for sure. Okay.
Toots
I
have
just
been
thought
inaudible.
there is somebody on that end of the table that is just really gassy.
Yeah.
Really
It's Barnabas.
Everyone's been assuming it's Raijin.
Okay. Little Tony reveals himself finally, having sort of been sequestered away. Everyone cries out in terror as this eldritch horror is revealed to them. And with a wet, sloppy fart, he reaches out to the minds of all assembled and he says, "These are great concerns, but I, emissary of the Flumps and servant of the great Xenu, have already taken precautions by infiltrating the minds of each of you here. Except for that one, I was unable to access her mind. So she might be a bad guy. Sorry to call you out like that in front of everyone." And she looks over and smiles and she says, "It is all right. It is good that you did not access my mind. It might have destroyed you." And everyone gets real nervous at that.
Okay, let's not start causing discourse amongst people here. We can cast a spell, and if you've been compromised, we'll know immediately. If not, you'll be fine. I'm just concerned that anyone here might be taken out at any moment, so we should all be safe and careful with how we go along our day.
Okay. Lady Verasakal says, "I want to rewind things real quickly. Real quick. First of all, Emerstal, I should have definitely purchased that ring of mind shielding that you offered me. I thought you were trying to overcharge, but now I understand that any price would have been worth not having a plate of spaghetti read my mind. Secondly, what's all this about your mind would shatter everyone's minds? Ever have you been a mystery to the people of Brindol? But I feel that if we're all being forthcoming with our information, I would like to know why this strange creature was unable to read your mind and why it has such a bad ill feeling about you, Alandri." Okay, she looks around as if to say, "Is anybody gonna do anything about this?" Or...
No. I think that warrants a follow-up. I'm really into Madam Call's viewpoints here.
Radriar would sigh and say, "There are many things of the Southern Kingdoms that you do not know. I assume you are one of them."
She looks at you and says, "Well, yes, I'm a sphinx."
There we are.
"I'm sorry, little Tony. I exist outside of the normal flow of time and space. I would never mean to hurt any of you. In fact, I have come to love Brindol as my home. When I discovered this little cutie so long ago, I knew that my life would become a bit more interesting, at least for a while. And I've watched the city grow, and I refuse to watch it destroyed. But I do have to follow certain rules. And so while I may help through advisement, it would be inappropriate for me to step in a more meaningful way.
In ancient times, there was a sphinx that warned my great worm. I trust her.
What's a sphinx?
Oh, when you say that, Raijin says, it's the muscles that keep your cloaca closed so the poop doesn't come out. Everyone gets real quiet
I'm
and
so glad.
murmurs. And
So glad
she,
you remembered him.
He's
She
not
says-
wrong.
she says, that's a sphincter. An unfortunate naming of a body part in the common tongue. No, we're like, oh my, butt muscle. We're like a cat, person, thing. We're kind of our own thing. I don't know what to say. We're otherworldly beings that sort of exist in and out of time, and we observe the worlds as they listen. Let's just say I'm not too much different than she is. A semi-divine being who has taken a great interest in the city and wishes to keep it safe. Not a butt muscle.
So you're powerful, right?
Yes, but again, I have certain rules to follow. That if I'm broke, I would have to return home and leave. Little cutie. And she pinches his cheek, and he blushes.
Good enough for me.
Same here.
Okay.
What next?
All right. So, next up, Lord Jarmath says, resources. I am impressed that you have not asked me what the city of Brindol can do for you, but have only volunteered what you can do for the city of Brindol.
Well, funny thing about that, Barnes slides onto the table like all
Oh,
of his
boy.
expenses for the
Oh,
entire
oh,
campaign.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. I'm gonna cut you off at the pass there. I have resources available to you, and I'm gonna tell you what those three resources are. I can provide reinforcements for whatever you try to do. I can pull upon Lions of Brindle and ass loads of infantry. That's pretty much what I have to offer you. Magical items. Immerstal and Alandri are willing to part with some of their magical goods and consumables if they could be put to good use by you and your allies, and I might have a few treasures tucked away that could be of use. And spells. Tredora and Immerstal are clerics and wizards of great power. They will be able to provide you with magics that can enhance your abilities and protect you against harm. Perhaps give you information that you need, or, as is discussed, send you places far away in a moment's notice. Tredora says, I will of course provide you, mighty heroes, with a hero's feast before the battle proper begins, should you be willing to partake.
Will that be regardless of what we choose, or would that be part of the spells thing?
She's like, well, I'm hoping that you choose to help defend the city of Brindle, so, we'd have like breakfast maybe. I don't know when the war is going to start, but, it's 3,000 gold every time we do it, so I was kind of hoping we wouldn't do it every day.
Oh no! I mean, I'm
okay.
I'm more for it. I was just.
Okay. All right, so Lord Jarmath looks at Barnabas Benoit and says, Benoit, I see the business acumen
in your eyes. You need something more, don't you?
I believe that we have adequate resources, but this journey has been taxing. I believe I could do a great deal for the city and its preparation if I had resources made available to me. We are
What-
low on funds.
What resources do you require?
Simply make building resources available to me and make gold liquid and available when it's necessary for the improvement of our defenses.
Brindol Keep has a forge and workshop. You, of course, will have full access to it. He looks at Emersal, and Emersal says, I maintain a workshop in my tower. I don't trust you, Benoit, but we are allied against the same enemy, and I assume that if these fine heroes see fit to travel with you, I can trust you a little. We can work together to finish whatever projects you are working on and try to utilize the time we have left as best we can.
Lord Jarmoth, if possible, I do have a particular interest in what magical items you have in stock. Not for myself per se, but more so for the more heavy hitters of our party.
Of course, I have been trying to distribute these things equitably and efficiently throughout the ranks. I have a number of magical arms and armaments that I've been trying to outfit our champions with. Nothing particularly mind-blowing in its power. Also, we do have a supply of healing ointments and potions created by the clerics that could bolster the support of healing during the conflict. If you need to pull from those resources, we can certainly provide some directly to you, but it would take them out of the hands of our troops and officers.
I think that may be better
Or
to
the
have
best?
them. No, better to have those with the troops. We've encountered even the base hobgoblins all carry potions of healing on them.
And we're pretty stocked, like very well stocked on potions.
So even if they have priests with them, even base troops have their own way of keeping themselves in the fight. I think our forces should have something similar as well.
All right. Lady Call says, it's a shame you didn't get here sooner. There were a number of shops in the city that dealt with magical items and oddities. Unfortunately, they've all packed up and headed for Denver.
There is not one that has stayed.
Emersal says, we have stayed, and I will make available to you those goods. I only ask that you take what you truly need, that we might distribute these items amongst all who could benefit from them.
They will be returned to you after the war is done.
Okay.
The non-consumables, of course.
And Lady Call says, I have items that are available, but they will not be available for free. But I'm willing to show you what I have available if you're interested.
Might as well.
I will say that our interests are not backed by a significant amount of financial support.
Right.
We
I
as
will
a
go ahead.
party have about 600 gold, is what I'm saying.
Aww. I'll go-
And I have earmarked a lot of that for upgrading your equipment.
So I will share what these two magic item vendors that are left have available. Anything from Red Magic and Sundries, you can just sort of take. Let's see.
There's also a link to in the document to even more objects. It says mundane consumables and items can be found here. So they won't charge you for any of this. So you could get hella greedy right now if you wanted to. But again, anything that you guys take will not be available to the other defenders of the city. And then there is the black market, which essentially is what Lady Call has available. So
I mean, LOC. I'm pretty sure any battle we're participating will be a very important one, so I'll try
for
not
sure,
to be
for sure,
greedy.
for sure. If
I
I was
just
a player
putting
right
it out
now,
there.
I would be like, LOL, that's great, DM. We're taking all this fucking stuff.
I'm just saying.
Where is this?
Just saying.
Here, I'm gonna share it just a second.
Okay, okay. We do not have a lot of magic items as far as level.
And
10
I don't
parties
want
go.
I don't want you to panic and be like, "What? Crash is letting us take all these magic items. We must be we're gonna get our shit kicked in." I don't want you to think that.
You don't want us to think that.
Yeah.
But we will.
Orion's
But we
not-
should prepare to get shit kicked in.
Yeah.
All right, so
Orion's not
here
thinking
is
of
the Google
grabbing
Doc,
stuff.
and then also these items, which are linked from the Google Doc.
And the latter list is the one we can pick from freely, kind of.
Anything that so the one that says Red Magic
Yeah.
Sundries,
Yeah.
you can pick freely from. Lady Call is willing to give you guys a 50% discount.
Oh, good for her. Me and her, we're gonna have a talk after this. We get some business to do. What's that? Never heard of that.
I'm also sorry about Immersal the Red. Like, dude believes in the 9 alignments. And
Oh, yeah. He's a
And
wizard.
he tries to be lawful good, and
He
so
can smell the warlock on me.
it can come across as a little like, like, bro, okay, cool. Like, you're really preaching the good stuff. I don't know. He kind of reminds me a little bit of like Colossus from Deadpool. Like he understands that you guys have to do what you have to do. Like, but he wishes you didn't have to.
He doesn't
do it.
feel
Yeah.
good about it.
Yeah, he wishes you didn't have to do it that way. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Ooh, Jarrett, they got a scroll of Zephyr Strike in there for you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you cast that with the scroll?
Yes, I don't have it on my current spell list though. I am capable of learning it
if
though.
it's available on your any of your available class spell lists, then you can cast the scroll.
Yeah,
It doesn't have.
cast-
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
if
You don't have to
it
actively
prepared.
have it. Yep.
They also have a horseshoes of speed. So
Where the
I
hell
don't
are
know
you seeing that? Oh,
in the document.
Underlay,
that's not in the-
underlay call stuff.
Yeah.
but
A couple of things to point out so far, just from my glance over. There is a cape of the Mount Bank. I don't even know if
Saw
I'm saying
that.
that right. Which allows someone to dimension door. Which is like once per day. That alone is really, really potent. Could have us catch up to a Bithriax or something like that. So somebody who doesn't have access to quick teleports, and especially a 500-foot teleport is pretty good. Beyond that, the figurine of wondrous power, while is also very useful, could provide one of us with a flying mount. It is a very squishy flying mount, but if somebody who needs a flying mount, then it's a good call. It's got 60-foot fly speed. It's good shit. So
You forgot to mention how valuable the cap of Warther Breathing and Ring of Warmth might be.
fuck.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Wait,
That's
the
gonna
Ring
say
of
the
War?
bottom of the. I'm just gonna say the
Yeah.
bottom of the river.
I was actually going to bring up the slippers because the slippers could be good for somebody who needs to walk up the walls of the fort. Like,
Yeah.
As a
I'm-
member of the Spider Bros, I could tell you that, or sorry, the Spider Boys, I could tell you that they're pretty nice. Slippers of Spider Climate, pretty nice. So.
I'm looking at Rary's telepathic bond, the spell scroll,
Mhm.
and honestly, that could be valuable for everybody.
Was that
Oh,
spell
that'd be
do?
huge if you saved it.
Exactly.
If you save it for the right moment to get it this early, right? Like, would be pretty damn good. So.
So I think Aragorn would see value in that and get that,
Okay.
but not
Well,
use.
I
Yeah.
gave you guys commenting rights to the document, so feel free to comment on the ones that you are taking. And I will tell you this. Mechanically and metagaming, I do not blame you if you're like, listen, we just take fucking everything. But roleplay wise, it will be viewed by the characters, like the NPCs in the world, that you guys were pretty fucking greedy to take all the items. So you got to balance your desire to win and survive versus, like the fact that your characters live in this world. You know what I mean? So your decision on how much of this stuff you take is sort of in and of itself another role-playing opportunity, and will be interpreted by the people of the world.
Well, yeah, Eridor's not really concerned for what he wants. With
Yeah.
free clothes, he's just worried about more utility-wise for everybody else.
All right. Well, technically, we are at time with a lot of information out on the table. A lot of things about to happen. There is time before all this pops off. I would say that this meeting probably took 3 hours at least. So it's definitely in the evening hours now. After the meeting ends, Alandri and Immerstal are willing to work with Rajar to try and locate his patron. So that could be a whole thing. Now, I will say that could lead to adventure. So just keep an eye on the clock and know what you want to spend that time doing and not doing.
Right.
So to recap, the estimate is that the Red Hand would be here within 3 days.
Yeah, they are packing up, getting ready to leave Talar, and they are going to be here within 3 days. Now, if they attack immediately, or if they sort of set up in case that is going to be a siege, that's yet to be seen.
So that kind of gives us about 3 days to work with to do anything else.
One would assume, high fantasy or not, Brindol is a pretty well-defended city, so it is likely that they're not just gonna march an army for like two or 3 days and then immediately throw it against the city. So it's more likely they're going to show up, set up, and then go to war.
Right. And when you have a marching order like this, there's like, the front line arrives, but it still takes like a day for the back line to get there.
Correct.
Yeah, I suspect that they're at least going to take 24 to 48 hours to not just set up, but also observe what our current defenses are, and then they're going to start formulating stuff to counter that, and then hit us.
They're probably not going to spend time building war machines because giants.
Yeah, their war machines are walking giants.
Yeah, they realized early on, that why would I bother making a war machine when we could just have giants?
And they may not be the brightest, but at least they can think for themselves, so they can know to get out of harm's way, as opposed to a war machine that
unlike a war machine that requires training and a crew, and you'd have to beat up the crew and steal it and then know how to use it. If you have magic, you could just seize control of the giants and turn them against them, which it's in a way, in a high fantasy setting, that's sort of the risk reward, right, of having a war machine versus having just a living
creature.
If only we had Guy.
Yeah. So I don't know. How meta do you want to get with me closing this out? How much meta do you want to know about how things are going to play out, or at least are supposed to play out per the way the adventure's written? Are you okay with leaving things here, or would you like for the next week offline of planning to have a bit more information?
I think if we have questions, we can probably ask you over the course of the week.
All right, sounds good to me.
I think just the immediate thing is we need to decide what we want to do within that 3-day time window to get things prepared. Do we try and help shore up defenses? Do we go out scouting and try and do hit and run attacks? Do we go after Rajar's patron and try to secure him? I think that's a decision that we kind of need to come to before next session.
Look,
I
if you
think
guys
the
want a
three-
Dracolich, you can have a Dracolich, but it's gonna be tough.
Yeah.
I think the three things at the top of my priority list would be getting us all those tattoos, trying to work with Sir Tyrion to see if he can do it. Getting the Dracolich, and then on the final day before the attacks happen, drawing out Regirix and trying to make a deal with her, and then hopefully eliminating her.
Now I will say this: this is Dungeons and Dragons. Even though I have this whole battle prepped, I got maps of the whole fucking city. I got tunnel maps. I got camp maps. We got all these troops. We got all these cool battles you could have. There are ways that this could play out where it ends everything much faster, sooner, and more definitively than if you allowed events to play themselves out. So what I'm trying to say is, from this moment on, I have no idea how long it will take for you guys to reach the end of the campaign. I don't think it will take you more than 6 more sessions, which I know that sounds like a lot, and I know some of you are waiting to play in another campaign with a cooler DM and do cool stuff, and I'm sorry, you're my prisoners. I'm the worst person.
Who are those people?
I'm
Who are they?
I'm a terrible person. I don't know. I got you here. I'm not letting you go. Anyways, I don't think, even if you did everything you could to make this like go longer than it needs to, I don't think it would go longer than 6 more sessions. That being said, I have no idea what you're gonna do. You could find a way to end this next week.
I would. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, I mean that's where you're at right now. Is everything from this point forward could lead to the abrupt end of the campaign. You're in a very dangerous choose your own adventure book right now. And I don't mean you could abruptly end the campaign to instantly win or instantly lose. I mean both. Like there's a lot of decisions that could be made that are very good decisions, and also very bad decisions, very dangerous decisions. So yeah, this stuff is going to have in some cases, very immediate impact on the narrative and the course of things.
We do this Guardians of Galaxy 1. Call out the generals for a dance battle.
Guess who can dance?
Yeah, it's something I'd say the church thing with Regirix is perhaps we should try to call out to her earlier, and maybe we can pull her away from the project that she's working on.
Yeah, we can do that first. Well, because the info she gives us might also change what we want to do beforehand. So doing it on the first day might be better.
Yeah.
You guys
Exactly.
still want to fight a 26 AC Phelan. It's
No,
alright.
I just have one question. Aragorn, did you take counterspell?
Of course.
Did you take counterspell?
Look, I'm dumb.
Seriously.
I'm dumb,
Insight
but I'm not
check.
that dumb, okay?
Okay.
Yes, it's a
Good.
counterspell.
Okay, because the moment we try to turn on Regirix, she will just fucking teleport away. So
But you'll
Yeah.
counterspell your counterspell you need to. Sorry.
Oh,
that-
but not if
have
I
that
don't
double-
subtle cast it.
Oh!
Ah!
So you do have subtle spell. Okay.
I just took it.
Yeah.
While we're speaking of dragons, there was that rumor of that one dragon being that's up in the mountains.
Dilerian the Emptiness, who stays by the tomb of his beloved.
Yeah.
Who would be a
maybe-
known quantity to Dredora,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna bring
Goldbrow,
up.
who is a known quantity to you guys. Oh my
maybe
goodness.
maybe we
Wait, you
talk
want to
to
recruit him?
maybe we talk to her to see
but
what she
they're
knows.
But they're at the top of a mountain that would require all kinds of adventuring and stuff to get to the top of the mountain. There's no way that you guys could get to the top
Yeah,
of the mountain.
We've got a
Teleport.
still.
did I hear
Yeah.
difficult terrain?
Okay, truth be told, we really could use a dragon ally.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the Dracolich. Like
That would be
the
sick.
biggest piece of information we need is about the ritual that brings the Sanguine King into the world. We either need to get that from Regirix or from the Dracolich, and like I don't know which one has it. Like I'm inclined to believe that a Bloodlord would know, but like she's also like the consultant, so who knows if they told her.
Right. But getting the chance to get rid of her is also like added
But
to
it,
that. So
but
it's like
if
2
it,
for 1.
but if it's an arcane ritual and she's the consultant,
Yeah,
dot 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 dot.
yeah, she's one of their best spellcasters. That's probably something we can take for granted. So
But guys, a dragon that's alive.
Dracolich
Okay.
advocate over here.
No, no, no.
Dracolich advocate over here says doesn't matter how it comes in if we have the Dracolich that put it back.
Look, we're not having the undead ally. We
All right.
wouldn't take Bartholomew.
You son of a bitch.
I will put it out here. Both Delirium the Emptiness and the unnamed Dracolich are on equal fighting grounds with the Bithriacs.
Okay.
So if
gets
you guys
bad.
were like, Cringe, we already fought this dude for 4 fucking hours. If you did recruit such a beast, you could pit them against each other, and focus on other things.
Like killing Thanlin.
Hey.
I
Yeah.
did want to throw out there that I think, like, Ragear will one way or another try to get information or figure out where the patron is, whether that's doing it with the Sphinx or not. And so we'll likely not be in Brindol for a sec, or if you guys need to teleport, he can
And
just be
she
focusing on
has a soft spot for you, Ragear, because she remembers how beautiful your guys' kingdom was before it was destroyed and everything like that. And as a being that is not allowed to like interfere directly in events and stuff like that, it broke her heart what happened to your people. So
that.
Wait, would they tell us what the dragon is?
If they can
Or do they not know?
They don't. I don't think they currently.
they don't
what it
know.
is.
They're trying to. What's going to happen is the next session is Immersal, Alandri, and Ragear are going to try to figure out where his master is.
Oh, no, not his master. The other one.
Oh, you know where Delirium the Emptiness is.
We can just like call them up.
Wait, where is really?
The greatest diplomat in all of Elsir Vale already told his best friend Jert Bandon over the campfire that they're located on the tallest peak of the Giant Shield Mountains.
Yeah, Lancer's tomb.
Yeah.
And that's where. I mean,
But again, you guys don't want a cool polearm that gives you permanent jump spell and all sorts of other dope Final Fantasy Dragoon abilities, okay? So
I heard
don't...
jump.
It sounds.
heard jump.
It sounds
Pole arm?
right.
Nobody
Nobody
uses
uses
Nobody's
no
never
arms.
wanted to do anything for Jert.
We want to do it.
But wait, aren't you a throwy axie boy?
Yeah.
He's like, until I get that weapon!
I'm actually better
I
at
mean-
melee than I am at throne because I have reach.
Yeah.
I can fix it for him. I can make it something else, maybe.
But yeah,
I don't
no,
think
I.
there's anybody
we're
in the
getting the
party
pole
that
arm,
uses
guys.
arms.
Get in the
I don't
Yeah,
think-
right, yeah. The guy that pulls his body inside out to make a polearm definitely doesn't have an interest in a cool dragon-themed
He can
polearm.
fly. He doesn't need
the
a jump
dragon
spell.
who uses polearm.
He
I
can
can-
fly.
I can fly for 10 rounds a day.
I mean, listen,
one
Emersaw could do a teleport in and a teleport out. You guys just hit up all the dungeons of rest. You know what I'm saying? Just go-
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
You want to just shotgun them all in one session? Let's fucking do it.
So,
Let's do it.
I
I know.
definitely want to know of the Lancer's tomb just to get that dragon on our side, if that is
Same
possible.
here. Same here.
That sounds like it would take less time than Dracolich.
look, I was just trying to put down that
It's a good idea.
I might be leaving the party
Yeah.
for a bit,
It's okay. I
Mm.
understand. I understand your interest. It's a valid point.
but I
Mhm.
did not get to also say that Ragear would say, like, it does not leave this table when he leaves the city, that he is out of the city, because he is like a ghost story for the Red Hand, and it might make them wary a little bit to be around the area with Ragear stalking it. So, because that's what he used to do. So, while Ragear might leave the city, whether you guys are going with him or not, just don't tell anybody that he's gone.
We won't. Don't worry.
I love that he's like the boogeyman of the Red Hand.
Yeah.
He is. He's too spoopy. He's got fear effects.
But yeah, I mean, we got to get a dragon to tie up the Burning King. That seems like the only plan, and the primary one.
I mean, it's not the only one, just the most viable one.
I mean, the Burning King is our biggest threat, at least to the safety of our walls and whatnot. So
I think the only reason that Orion's not on board, Lex is on board with Ragear's plan. Orion not so much, because he's focusing on the later half of that creature's word, lich. and is thinking this is probably another Ghost Lord situation.
Do we know what kind of dragon is at the top of the hill?
I think they just said dragon.
I want to say it's silver.
I want to say so too.
Wait, what's the dragon's full name and title again?
Oh, my brother in Christ, that was so long ago.
Which dragon are you worried about?
The one
The
that
one on
went to his
top.
tomb.
Yeah.
Dylirian the Emptiness.
Does that sound like a silver dragon's name to you?
It could sound like any dragon's name.
Yeah.
But I mean, we can just straight up ask ASMR lady what
According
kind of dragon
to
it was.
he is a wind dragon.
A what?
Oh, that's totally
wind.
not what I was expecting.
A wind. W-I-N-D, a wind dragon.
Well, now I have to know because I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, we can ask Tradora if they have any other information about that entity that's up there, and then formulate if we want to pursue that to equal a Bithriax or not.
Right.
We should also have some clerics cast like daily protection from evil and good on the people here. You know, just to be on the safe side.
Or just a checkup from our friend Little Tony.
He's doing CT scans.
And maybe death wards. You know, just in case.
That's
there
that's an expensive spell slot, my dude.
Yeah.
Look,
There
if they
is
can
a
afford
scroll.
12K, they can
There's a
afford this.
scroll of Death Ward on the thing.
But can anyone cast it?
All right. So
Imagine
I'm
this lady
gonna
can.
leave you guys to your plotting and your planning. Quick announcements. We're gonna be playing some Solasta expansion tonight. From probably 6 Eastern till whenever. Tomorrow morning we've got Curse of Strahd Daybreak. Tomorrow night we've got Star Wars. Mythic Odyssey. And then Monday maybe the last game of Odyssey Prime. Tuesday Abomination Vaults and Cyberpunk Red. Wednesday modded Dragon's Dogma. Yeah, that's it. I'm done walking 15 feet and having to catch my breath, baby. Yeah, unlimited inventory, unlimited run speed. Fuck
It
yeah.
was only a matter of time.
Also, I installed the titties mod.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You son of a bitch.
So get ready. You thought Princess Meatball was hot before. Wait till she's doing double backflips with 60% jump increase and unlimited stamina with the little titties flopping around. Hell yeah. Thursday.
The real game's arrived.
I got driven to the brink. Also, I also met with Gibby, and Gibby has respect Elandril or whatever the fuck her name is, super hot girl that was dropping tornadoes 17 times in a row. So no more tornadoes. So we're going to be back in business. Whatever that lolly is that we hired, we're going to send her back to Japan. We're going to get Gibby's pawn back in there with our unlimited speed. I'm so fucking excited. That's the way the game was meant to be played. Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell myself. Anyways, I gave it way longer than I thought I would before I downloaded the quality of life mods. That shit is too tedious. That is too tedious for me. I got other shit to do with my time. Thursday, Curse of Strahd continues, and oh man, those of you who are able to watch that game, last session was fucking crazy. So yeah, and it left off in an even crazier place than that. So I'm very, very curious to see how that's going to turn out. And then Friday we'll do some vodcasting, and then Saturday we will be back here. Does anybody have any announcements before we adjourn? No? All right. Then I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their weekend. Maybe I'll see you online later for Solasta. Otherwise, I'll see you around Discord. Have a good weekend.
Ooh, did you close your applications to Alkenstar?
No, Outlaws of Alkenstar is going to stay open until I am done with graduation season at my day job. So I am going to close those June 5th. I'm going to close the applications June 5th, and then I will make the announcements as soon as I can after I close them. thank you for the reminder. Because I will be making that announcement, I need to play with some of the people that have applied that I haven't gotten to play with before. So I will be trying to run 1 or 2 Alkenstar one-shots in the next week or so. So I gotta post those up pretty quick. Shit, I didn't even think about that.
Wait, did I miss the announcements?
What do you mean? What I've been making them for the last
All of them.
couple minutes. Yeah.
Oh no, I thought I missed the part where we can make an announcement.
Oh no. Just a sec. Yeah. You can make a message in a sec. But yeah. So Outlaws Alkenstar will be closing soon. I'm pretty excited, pretty damn excited about it. And yeah, if people have applied that I have not played with before, I am going to try and arrange some time to play some tabletop with them, just so that I have a better sense of like who they are, because you never know, there might be like a diamond in the rough or whatever situation where I'm like, damn, this person's awesome. I would love to play Pathfinder every week for 50 fucking weeks with this person. So yeah, I haven't finalized any of the groups yet, and people can still turn in applications. I think we're up to like 18 people have applied for the 2 games. So yeah, and I might be when I'm done with Dragon's Dogma, I might be on Wednesdays running a mini series, so 10 to 15 game sessions to tell a specific story, kind of like what Dom did with Monster Hunter, but even less sessions, because Monster Hunter went 20. My goal would be 10 with a buffer of 15, because I just know how things go sometimes. So it would be a very dedicated story, and it might end faster than 10 sessions, depending on how things move, because I don't know the pacing yet of Pathfinder very well. But I have a couple of ideas for that series, one of which is Viking werewolves. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. All right. Does anybody else have any announcements before we adjourn?
Donate Fanspiration to Curse the Straw group
Curse the
on
Straw
Sunday-
group. Okay.
on Sunday
okay.
mornings, and donate them to us Red Hand players for Saturday morning.
Oh, okay.
We're on the last stretch of this campaign, and we need all the help we can get.
Truth.
Also, Orion plushies. Remember that.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
There is a site where we could order an Orion plushie, but
Now with removable pumpkin head.
they are a little priced, because they aren't going to be making it in bulk kind of thing. So
All proceeds will go to my bank account. Thank you.
oh, beautiful. All right, I'm heading out. Enjoy the rest of the day, guys. Bye.
Thanks for running.
Later.
Peace.
And thanks everyone for tuning in. Catch you next time.